starting positions. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody! Blah, blah, blah. Hey, what do you know? It's the Fey Lie, episode 6. This is the first time we're doing this and not the third time, that's for sure. That's what it'll look like in editing. Yeehaw! So,
we love editing.
Real quick, everyone, welcome for the third time, Odin's son.
Hi.
Welcome.
First time doing a D&D Twitch stream. Very happy to have you here, sir. We're going to have a lot of fun, everyone. We missed you all. Thank you for being patient as we took a little bit of a break there, but we are back. Quick things off the top. Subscribers, if you are a Dice Cream Twitch subscriber, you have the chance to win some really cool stuff during every stream as we give away stuff during our break screens. We give away a set of dice, a dice tray, and a little dice holder straight to you. US and Canada only. We'll put more details for that when it comes to that moment. But thank you guys again so much. Sorry for the technical difficulties at start, but we're not going to waste your time anymore here because we're going to jump right into this episode of The Fey Lie. Episode. Woo! Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
All right. So last we left off, the party being led by by their favorite funny little kobold companion, led them to the Goliath prisoner that they had been tracking this past couple days after a prison breakout happened, releasing this deadly hunter, this prisoner, this person that needed to be found. They found out where their hideout was behind a waterfall up in the Cyprical Mountains. You used the kobold to find out where they were, and you were a little hesitant about how to approach this. You saw Skins there with a couple of other kobolds that were minions. You saw Sina, the explosive ammunitions expert that had been kidnapped, that might have had a part to play in the prison breakout. Trying to figure out what would be the best course of action. You sent your little kobold companion, Speck, over to Skins and her evil kobolds to suss out, what the situation was with your robot little friend, Cactus, on its back as a insurance policy. You send the kobold in, and right away, unfortunately, Skins, talking to the kobold, didn't want any witnesses left behind from stuff that went down earlier, and just ran her sword straight through Speck, causing you all to go into rage and avenge Speck and take on Skins and the kobolds. And luckily, you came out on top. It was a really good fight. Right at the last second, when Skins used the Ring of Obscuring to ninja scroll puff out of there, try to get to a hidden metal door in the side of the cliff, to another location. You knocked her out right as they were turning the key to get in, and you freed Sima. You took Skins on your shoulder, and luckily, with the kobold Speck lifeless on the ground, you're able to heal them just in time to raise them back up. You got Skins, you took them out of there, and you decided you weren't going to go any further into this lair concept that you found. Instead, you thought you'd play it safe. You would take Skins back to Watchmaster Bram, who had hired you to find Skins in the first place, collect your reward, and see what your direction could be from there. From there, you traveled down that side of the waterfall, found your way back along the Cyprical Ridge into the forest, and just before we left the session, you had gone back to your campsite where you had left Zera, your companion, who had previously turned into a werewolf suddenly in the moonlight, and you had to take him out, knock him out. You left him there at the campsite before finding Skins, and this is where we find you now. So you are back at the campsite with Zera kind of half packing his stuff, looking like he was just about to leave, saying to you all, my friends, I thought you had gone for sure.
We just took care of business. Don't worry about it. Are you?
I can see. Who is that? I say you found her.
Yes. We've taken care of her. Are you okay, though? Are you feeling a little?
How are you feeling?
Wolfy.
Yes, I got to say that's the first time for me. I feel okay for now. I don't really have a lot of experience with lycanthropy, to be honest. It was quite painful. I apologize to all of you.
No need to
was
apologize. You had no control.
We're just glad you're okay.
I would have still liked to keep a muzzle on him, but I suppose this outcome isn't too disagreeable.
Margot.
Aw, she does good.
Well,
She warms too.
I would not blame you, quite frankly, Margot.
Where were you heading?
Well, I was a bit confused when I woke up. Quite frankly, I wasn't even sure if you were going to be coming back. I was getting ready to kind of make my own way of sorts. I kind of have my own duty to attend to in all this. I'm not sure if, given this affliction, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to be much help for you.
Well, of course.
I don't
I
want to-
figured almost the same thing, that if you were to, have this affliction and encounter some random passerby or poor campers out in the woods, they would
Or a
definitely
party
be
member.
much better suited to handle your lycanthropy. Am I right?
Oh,
I mean, you're not wrong there. I mean, I don't intend to wander around aimlessly in the woods with this affliction. I'm hoping to contact some people who may be able to help me in this instance.
Maybe Washburn would be able to help.
I don't think Washburn is going to be alive long enough if Margot sees him, so maybe
Oh.
not.
I mean, that is true. I mean, it is very, very true. I mean, if only I knew where he was, maybe I could ask him more about this, but not exactly an easy man to find, as we well know. But
Okay, what? Is there, do you know where you will be going? Is there any way we can reach you again if we need your help in the future?
well, I do have a few people that could help with this. Some that I'd rather not talk to again. I left my brood some time ago, and it was not on good terms. I could not turn to them.
I guess your house wasn't the place for you, I guess.
Well, not necessarily. To tell you the truth, I've been trying to find my way to Roshana. Jorhas has been fairly good to me, actually. There's some parts of it that are not the greatest, but I mean, if it wasn't for Jorhas, I would have never come across the Kryn.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you were departing from their army now. Seems like you didn't have much left to do with them if you were hanging about here with us.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't really know what I was going to do. I've been on a little bit of a crisis of faith, if you might say. Before I came here, after I went under training with the Order Watch, I put in a request to be a paladin of the Luxon. Study under the religion of Roshana, but this war makes perspectives on all sides a little bit murky, to say the least.
As much as I love talking to this lizard dog hybrid, we should really be getting these people back and collecting our reward. We did our job. Why wait longer?
Well, I agree with you, Margot. There's no reason to be insensitive in this case.
If there's anything I can do to repay any of you for what has happened, I will do it.
No need. Not for me.
Actually, do you have any of those cactuses left? I'll take some.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. One second, and he goes to his pack, and as he kind of rummages through his pack, Nebula, you start to hear a familiar sound, one that is attached to the alarm spell that you had set in Skin's quarters. Start ringing in your head.
It seems our time has come to an end here. I am getting the alarm. They've discovered the situation up there.
We have to go.
Well, it's not going to be an easy way to get out of this forest, but I'll do my part and we'll arrive safely down back to Hopperduke together. My friend, the cactus,
Yes.
I hope you enjoy this more than I will. And right as he's about to kind of like put his hand back to toss it over to you, what are all of your passive perceptions?
Oh me! Oh my!
That's an 11 from me, dog.
11,
12 for me.
12.
12,
11.
11,
I think mine's 12 or 14. Not
12,
particularly
14.
high.
Nebula,
11.
11. Fucked. So none of you
Oh no.
notice this, but some of you hear what sounds like a slight buzzing, almost like if a fly just whizzed past you, like a kind of that sound. And as that happens, you see Zara going to undertoss the blue cactus. Hope you enjoyed well, my friend. And you hear a zzz, and he suddenly stops. And he's kind of looking a bit perplexed. And then you see him kind of, his eyes look really low, like he's having a dizzy spell. He drops the cactus on the ground, puts his hand to his neck, and you just see him kind of look at you all and go, falls straight on his face.
Where did this come from?
Nebula's going to move immediately towards him.
Okay.
To check his pulse.
You go to check his pulse and make a medicine check.
Margot's just gonna whip around and try to survey the area.
Yeah, so will Jules.
Okay. Everyone rips around, make perception checks.
I'm also gonna tell Spec to stand behind me.
You got it, boss!
Like grab him.
Yeah, that's only a 9.
That is
9.
also only a 9 from me.
Well, good thing I got an 18 for that perception.
18.
14.
14. 7. Okay, so Nebula, you rush over to Zara, and it's fairly easy to find his pulse, and he does have one. He isn't dead. He's just knocked out. And you look over at his neck, and you'll notice there's a fine pin needle sticking out of his neck. And the rest of you, like, sort of squaring up, getting around Zara, looking in all directions. And none of you really can really sense or see where that might have come from, or everyone's around. And then Jules, you kind of look over a particular part of the forest, and you just see a slight shadow
Fuck, it's Shia LaBeouf.
in one similar direction. And then, as you're kind of staring at it, like, is that a shadow? Is that a person? That shadow starts to move and come out of the forest and take shape. And then behind him, you see several other shadows start to back him up, coming out of the forest. And the shadow comes into the light and takes shape. And you see coming out of the forest a golden dragonborn clad in very, very fine armor with around 12 or so Crown's Guard behind him come out of the forest. And Odinson, would you like to describe your character?
Gladly. So, exiting from the forest, you see a rather tall golden dragonborn with brown scales across his face, almost looking as if they're freckles. 2 brown horns at the top of his head that curl back into a point, wearing beautiful armor and a green cloak draped across his shoulder, with a longbow striped across his shoulder and a morning star at his side.
And as this dragonborn comes out of the forest with Crown's Guard behind him, and so far you've seen 1 or 2 Crown's Guard before. You noticed them when you were investigating the prison. You've mostly interacted with City Watch, the volunteer position that guards the city. But when that prison break came out, you saw Bram there with a few of them, sort of investigating the prison site with you. But this is the first time you've seen like 12 of them, like all together in formation. But you've never seen this dragonborn before.
He will step forward. Now, my friends, do not fear us. We are here to help. We're hired by the same friends. You seem to be making quite an impact in the city of Hupperduke. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nadar Northwind, and it is a pleasure to meet every one of you. Now, I don't mean to offend or scare any of you, but the reason I'm here is, as I mentioned, you were making rather big waves in the city of Hupperduke, and we were hired by Starosta Emma Zesbok to aid you in the capture of Skens. But by the looks of it, we fell behind and you all took care of it. And your actions seem to be intriguing those of higher up knowledge. Starosta and Bram, quite impressed, have given me word to me and my troop about Martinet Ludineus Deleth and Crown Marshal Hayden Darmarog have both entered the city of Hupperduke just yesterday. So, who are all of you?
Well, evidently we're the ones you didn't hit with a poison dart.
Ha, yes. This is where your reputation will grow and grow within the Empire. There have been rumors of Kryn spies within Hupperduke, and your friend here admitted to being one of such.
You had him all the way from down there?
Like I said, we were held up.
I am going to... So you said we saw shadows, or like as they came out of the shadows, we see there's people?
Yeah.
We see there's people.
All right, so there are 2 things I would like to do. First off, since Nebula is currently checking the pulse of Zera, Nebula wants to spend 5 of his lay on hands. And when you use 5, you can cure a disease or neutralize a poison affecting a creature. And I would like to do this. I'm going to do this regardless, but I would like to try and do it stealthily, because my hand should still be on them checking for a pulse.
Make sleight of hand.
While he's doing that, Margot's not really going to say anything, but when she whipped around, her wings kind of just unfurled, so she's just kind of slowly pulsing them in place.
That is an 11.
11. As soon as you go over to put your hand on Zera and start beginning casting that spell, Crown's Guard immediately put a hand on the hilt and go, hey. We prefer him to be knocked out, if you don't mind there.
We understand you have a relationship with this man, but we are here to help. We are hired aides, and we will gladly take him from your hands.
We're here to escort you all back to Hupperduke to meet with Bram and some very, very important people who are very impressed with your actions. We have horses waiting for you down the road.
See, we can make it back, but this mountain is pretty occupied. If you want to do that, well, you can clear it out while we go have this important meeting. Yeah?
There is no need for that. We have strict instructions to escort you and the prisoner skins back into the city of Huppaduke. We've already cleared out some griffin's nests that were nearby that might have caused you some trouble, but thanks to us, it will no longer be one.
What direction did they come from? From up the mountain or from down towards the city?
You have no idea. They just appeared out of the forest.
At the mention of the guard saying thanks to us, I'll be like, I won't give you any thanks. You'll get no thanks from me.
A proud dragonborn.
Nebula would also like to spend 1 divine sense to detect any hollow spell, celestial fiend, or undead.
Sure thing. So you cast that in your head. Again, that sort of radar that we talked about before that kind of emanates from your forehead, kind of just this radiant wash comes over them. Nothing things.
Jules is going to use Awakened Mind in order to telepathically communicate with Nebula. And she's going to say, I'm not sure what we're going to do about this. Sorry, I'm looking up to make sure if he can speak back with me.
Yeah, from that sense, Nebula, there's nothing that shows that these are fiend, undead, celestial, or anything. As far as you know, these are just a dragonborn and some humans. Or gnomes, I should say.
Nebula can communicate back with me with Awakened Mind. I just wanted to double check that. Do we feel as though we can trust this group of individuals? I'm unaware of the situation currently and many of the background information that might be necessary to understand the complete scope of things.
Our friend here, and this is all in Nebula's mind, back to Jules. Our friend here may have admitted to being something, but the timing of that alarm going off in my head, warning me someone had come through the gate, seems to potentially match up with their arrival. And if they were truly held up, I don't understand why they would have been coming from inside the mountain.
But again, you just to make sure it's clear, you have no idea if they did.
Yeah, I have no idea. Nebula's just on edge, and he had the ringing in his head that it was opened, and then someone caught up to them. And so that's Nebula's train of thought, is just either we're about to have some more guests, or these are not who they say they are.
Gotcha. That's like your first instinct.
I'm just gonna then, with Awakened Mind to the rest of the party, be like, Nebula believes that the correlation between the alert alarm and their arrival could be suspicious. And I'm just gonna let Phelan and Margot and Galahad also know that information.
So this is all just happening as they're having this conversation.
Yeah.
With each other.
Margot immediately just snaps back. Let them have the snake. What does it matter?
Nadar will step forward. I understand there is tensions. I can tell from some of your wounds that you've had rather intense fight. Allow me, and he will step forward and sit down to have a chat with all of you. Men, take a knee. Ask whatever questions you need. As I said, we are hired. I am hired to escort you back safely to Bram so you can get your reward and I can move on.
Galahad is going to step forward and sort of kneel down a little more than normal, just because he's a very tall boy.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna lean over.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Nadar Northwind. I'm Galahad 5. It's good to meet some more Crownsguard.
And he holds his hand out.
Speaking of Crownsguard, can you show us any identification that can prove that you are who you say you are?
Nadar will extend his hand and clasp the wrist of Galahad. A warforged of interesting design. It is a pleasure, Galahad 5. As for your friend, I personally am not Crownsguard. I am hired help.
And behind you, as you look for that sigil of proof, they all put up a particular badge that you were given by Bram earlier, signifying that they are a part of the Grounds Guard.
As I mentioned, I'm here to get you back to Hupperduke, to Bram. Take scans and this Kryn. And I'm gonna move on. There's more jobs out there.
Margot just squints her eyes and just gently like extends her wings, and she's like, on your word as a noble dragon, do you speak the truth?
Nadar would look Margot up and down. You have a different scent. Powerful, yet elegant. You have my word as a dragon. My words are true.
Margot just kind of is taken aback a little bit at the kindness of all things and just kind of looks him up and down, and then you actually almost kind of physically see her like losing her shoulders. She just goes, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say.
May I roll an insight check?
Same.
On that?
You sure can.
Yeah. Jules doesn't trust this boy. That is a nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay.
Plus 2.
Plus
so
2.
22.
Okay.
These dice, they serve me well.
So Nebula, what'd you get?
I got an 8. Nebula's not rolling hot tonight.
Okay.
Okay. The read you get on Nadar is he is completely forthright. This is his intention.
I believe that he is being honest. Perhaps we should go with them, considering company.
I will step forward as well, and closer to where Zera is, not completely there, but I'll say, I will carry our friend here until we get home. Just till we get back to town to make sure no harm comes to him.
I can accept that, but you must understand the Crown's Guard are very protective of these spies. There will be 1 or 2 surrounding you at the time you carry your friend.
I will take that.
And if it makes you guys feel more comfortable, I'm willing to surrender my bow and my Morning Star if it is less threatening.
Considering that we may have some attackers on our hands, in a short amount of time, I suggest that we get going and you keep a hold of your weapons for now.
Then let us move. And then I will stand up and gesture his hand toward the path.
I'll pick up Zera and
Jules is immediately on her way.
I just want to acknowledge, I don't believe Nebula returned the symbol that was identified to be from that underground, like, secret society that was on him. Nebula did not return that to Zera. Nebula kept that.
Sure did.
That might come back to bite you.
But it also, for the moment, leaves nothing but a word that Zera is a spy.
Mm-hmm.
So Nebula will stand up as Phelan picks up Zera and
Margot
Down the
just
mountain.
nods to the group and is like, go. If they follow, I'll cast fire behind us and try to stop them.
Amazing as always.
Down the
Blue
mountain
mountain.
we go.
Here we go.
Okay. So you all
I'll have
you all
marching
follow
songs.
through?
Yes.
Okay.
1,
So-
2, 3, 4.
With Nadar gesturing you to lead the way, you all start heading down the Cypriquil Ridge. 2 Crowns Guards on either side of Phelan Rock, with a couple in the back, a couple accompanying the people headed up, kind of in like a very militaristic formation as you guys are going down this path.
Let it be known that if any of the human Crown's Guard looks at Margot, she will growl at them.
And there's a couple times as you're going down this path of definite, like, you know, whether you guys choose to chit chat with each other during this route or just keep quiet and just keep looking out for anyone that might be around the corner. A couple of times there are some awkward, like, eye contact with the Crown's Guard as they're marching down. They kind of make a little bit of eye contact as they kind of look at the periphery at you, Margot, and just look at them, and just little flames just kind of come out of your irises and they go.
Nebula on this walk wants to are we on horses?
Yes. So you guys are on horses, and the Crown's Guard are on foot on other side.
Nebula wants to saddle up next to Jules and just kind of give sort of like an eye twitch, hoping that they get that Nebula wants to talk.
They'll open up Awakened Mind in order to speak with you.
Ask our dear friend Speck if he's ever seen these people.
All right then. She'll then go to Speck and say, have you ever... Don't be alarmed at this, but have you ever seen these people before? Act as though you're not... Act as though we're not speaking. Think in your head. You can do that, can't you?
Speck probably thinks he's in the afterlife at this point.
What's going on?
God.
My boy straight zooted.
And Speck is on the same sort of the same horse that Phelan Rock's on. He's kind of on the butt side of the horse. And as he's kind of got his arms around Phelan as he's kind of trotting along, you say that to Speck. He's like, hey,
Yes.
I think there's a ghost in my head.
Oh,
Speck,
no,
be
that's-
quiet
that's-
right now. And then I'm gonna immediately go to Phelan and be like, Phelan, that's me. That's me in Speck's head.
That's just Jules. It's okay. She can talk from afar. Don't worry about it.
From afar.
Respond to her.
Have you or have you not seen these people before?
I have.
God, it's like me when I'm doing math. Holy crap.
I have not seen these people before. Ghost Jewel.
Bust a brain cell.
He's about to poop.
Right. Very, very hard to think without speaking.
He's about to bust a blood vessel in his eye.
Oh, well.
Just a quick little point. I know that we were all offered horses, but for a few people's sake, including the horses, Galahad will abstain from having a horse and give it to Seema, the gnome prisoner.
Margot
Or
also refuses to
rescuee.
take a horse because horses are beneath her and both food chain
That's the
and
idea.
animal, so she's not gonna run.
Nadar will walk alongside Galahad.
After Speck responds to Jules, Jules is gonna let Nebula know. Speck has stated that he has never seen these individuals before.
Then let's see where this takes us.
All right. Well, walking along, Nadar will pull out a pipe and begin to smoke it. So, Galahad, Your friends seem rather hesitant toward newcomers. Understandably so. But you showed no fear. Where do you come from, friend?
Tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure. A few months ago, I woke up in the basement of a ruined church somewhere south of here. That's the first thing I remember.
Interesting. I personally have never seen a warforged with hair before. But your design seems eloquent. Masterful kind of work. Do you have a goal? Or are you just taking it day by day?
A little bit of both. I have no idea how long I was asleep for. But I think it would be good to know at least where I came from, or who built me. Whatever my purpose was, I got no clue what it is now, but taking it day by day, just trying to find out what I can whenever I can. And that requires gold.
Now that is something I can respect. As for your friends, I wasn't formally introduced to any of them. What are their names? Who are
yeah,
they?
sure. Well, you've already met Margot.
The dragon.
The sneaky bugbear is Phelan. He's really nice.
Phelan.
The quiet tiefling is Jules. I got no idea about her, but she seems nice. Nebula.
Nebula's in his normal form, right?
Yep, Nebula's in his changeling normal form.
His base form. Yeah.
The guy with the really cool skin is Nebula. I'm Galahad.
Thank you.
Cool skin.
That shit looks like constellations. You tell me that's not cool?
No,
You're not wrong.
Cool,
My
it's
okay. You
interesting.
know what's funny is Nebula's skin looks like Jules' shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, noted.
True fact.
Noted.
It's like
wow,
that black and white, like that color.
Okay.
Well, I guess we just need to switch shirts, but I don't think we can do that through the.
Jordy, switch our cameras. No.
The power of the internet.
The power of
God.
post-editing.
Well, thank you for the introductions.
Oh my god, he actually switched them.
Looks like I'm playing Nebula today. Hey, Nadar, you seem sus. I'm gonna. Hey, what's up? Yeah.
I'm actually here to kill everyone. So,
Hey, what's up? What's up with you? What's the story?
What's up?
I'm
what's
gonna
up
roll
with
an insight check, and then I'm gonna insight check the insight check.
I'm not even gonna bother looking around. I'm just gonna feel for ghosts.
that? And we're back. Okay.
And we're back.
all right. Well, thank you for the introductions. As I mentioned, I understand you were all wary of Crown's God and a random dragonborn who leads them, if you will. But as I mentioned, you were all making a rather large impact in the city of Huppadook, even having a member of the Cerberus Assembly come to Huppadook.
The
It's rather
assembly,
impressive.
Oh.
One of them. Yes.
That sounds like a very important figure.
Cerberus Assembly is a very powerful faction. To get on the right side of them, the Empire would be by your side.
Yes.
I can see why that would be very useful.
Yes, they're a ruthless group, but very effective. And what brought you into their employ? You say you're a sellsword, right? What brought you to this town and place?
Phelan, is it?
That's my name. You can wear it out.
Noted. Well, Phelan, I have been a higher mercenary of the Empire, if you will, for quite some time. They pay well. The coin is good. I'd be lying if I didn't question some of their methods and their struggle for power. But I'm here to get paid and achieve goals of my own.
You know, healthy skepticism is nice, and that's something I can get behind. Very smart.
So you survive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Gotta watch your own back if you can. That's why I
Galahad
have
would have done like
watch
the
my
knowing
back.
tap on the nose, but doesn't have a nose.
But I will say, looking around at all of you, it is fun to depict the type of people you are. For example, Galahad, and he'll slap him on the chest.
Kink.
For such a large being, you have a very kind heart. Curiosity flows through you, and you can see that. I feel as though you have a lot of questions you want answered, and whatever it is looking after you, whoever it is looking after you, whether it's these people or not, you will find it. But tread carefully around parts, as we all must. As for the sparkly one, with the fancy skin, if you will, they are very suspicious of new people, and even with honest words, they still question me, which is understandable.
Nebula is as annoying as a fly on a summer day surrounded by a pile of shit.
And as I hear this, Nebula will transform into Nadar. And just like we'll transform into a version of Nadar that fits all his armor and stuff, because he's gotten good at like transforming into a leaner version of people or a buffer version to fit his stuff. And
you learned since those pants went around your ankle.
Yeah.
Going into the lair.
He'll transform into it, and then he'll say in Nadar's voice, "I'm sorry if I find appearances can be deceiving."
With a few interesting tricks. As for the Lady Dragon, I feel a sense of kinship, but one where I am not equal. As I mentioned,
hard pressed to find someone quite like me.
As I mentioned, your scent was different, more elegant, more powerful. You have my intrigue.
Anger.
No, it is more than anger. But that is a story for another time. As for the tiefling, I cannot get a read. She barely looks me in the eye. But you are all a very interesting band, and I'm sure you have your own capabilities.
Yes.
I'm curious to see how far you all go. But we will be splitting ways upon Skens entering his prison. It's intriguing how far you will all go. But that's enough rambling for me. Let us carry on, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
And after about 10 minutes have passed, smoking on his pipe and talking, you see smoke form little figures that start to show battles against great monsters and soldiers, with Nadar rushing through, showing part of his story.
Ooh.
As the smoke kind of comes out of the pipe, kind of a la Gandalf the Grey, Lord of the Rings style, each time he takes a big puff on that thing, smoke comes out of it, but almost like way too much smoke for the size of the pipe, almost like is blowing into a hookah, but it's coming out of a pipe, and the smoke just emanates out of it, large and billowing and thick, and then starts to take form and shapes, and you're just witnessing actual scenes play out with people walking around, battles, people hitting swords, shields, every sort of story and pastime that Nadar tells you being depicted for all of you to see in smoke form, to kind of pass the time as you go through the Cyprical Ridge and make your way to the bottom of the forest.
It seems as if you have a few tricks as well.
I've learned to survive.
Is that the cactus in that pipe? Because if so, I would love a hit.
No, he'll wipe off the tip of the pipe. It's a magical pipe. Nothing in it, but still a good taste.
Oh, and I'll go ahead and take a puff.
It takes
I
a
ain't
little.
touch a stranger with my life, but I'll take his drugs. Let's go.
Takes about 10 minutes.
Make a Arcana check.
Oh, okay. That's very nice.
This is how bonding is established. We take tokes.
Yeah, we do.
An unnatural 20.
Oh,
Only good roll of the night. Let's go.
Lucky.
what scene, as you sort of take in that pipe, you take a few puffs of it and let the magic of the pipe kind of be ingested and swirl around you. As soon as that attunement kind of takes hold, you think of a very distinct memory or a scene from your mind that you want to be depicted. What's the scene that you want to be depicted as you breathe out?
So as Phelan concentrates and tries to pull up a memory from one of his adventures, expecting that to come up, and usually knowing with fancy substances, his brain moves a little faster, but focusing on the wrong memory instead will come out. You will see the giant bugbear form of Phelan as he is pulling on a surface, pulling himself away from a door, as he is dragging himself half beaten, and I will at that moment Phelan himself will just it's very nice, and brush the smoke away. I like it very much, and pass it back.
Not all memories are good ones, my friend. And he will place the pipe away. Shall we continue, Phelan?
Absolutely, yes. Future adventures await, don't they?
That they do. And Nadar will slap the horse Phelan's riding on the ass. just to kick it off.
He sort of darts ahead of the party a little bit. Holy shit!
You hear Margot do a single snicker underneath her breath, but quickly, as it happens, she regains her composure.
Whoa. Almost dropped character for a second there.
I can't do it. I can't let people know I laugh.
And as he smacks that horse in the ass, the horse kind of jettisons ahead from the party currently. And as the ridge of the tree line kind of separates, you start to see the familiar visage of Hupperduke. As you guys all know, it took quite a few hours to get from Hupperduke to that waterfall itself. So right around now, dusk is starting to fall. The sun is starting to set and kind of go over the mountainside. And at this moment, you hear a sharp whistle emanate throughout the town, signaling an entire day's work has come to an end for the town of Hupperduke. And as this happens...
Would that ride be considered a short rest, by the way, just out of curiosity? Or
Yeah.
no? Cool.
Yeah, for sure. It took a while. And you guys are just on horseback. You're good for a short rest.
I don't know what I need that, because I didn't take any damage last fight, I'm just saying.
I just wanted my spells back, personally. I'm a warlock, so I get them back.
Only two. Only two.
Only the two, but
She only needs two.
That's true.
But she still needs them.
Very true.
That is also true.
Well, now she's got that sick, dope ring.
Yeah, I do.
Smoke grenade.
So, as that whistle shoots off into the dusky sky, you then start to see as fireworks emanate into the night sky.
The DM's beatboxing.
Oh no! I'm gonna turn to Nadar and say, the people that when we found in there, they seem to be working on more explosives, something bigger, something that might level the town. We didn't know there was fireworks happening. If there is explosives being used, those can be sabotaged very easily.
I have not been briefed on explosives. I'm here to get you back to Hoppaduke, to Bram.
Maybe Bram would help them.
He does have your reward waiting for you, so.
That does put a smile on my face. That's right.
As you guys enter into the town's sort of city limits, you are just this wave of music comes over you as the town quickly kicks into party mode, as it always has at this time of night. Hoppaduke being known as work hard, play hard type of attitude, as all of the workers, miners, smithies, everyone in the town just has that break time. And you see as you get closer and closer into the town center that people are starting to flood the streets. People got their tankards out, drinking, dancing, music is happening. Just another lively night in the city of Hoppaduke in the capital.
Is there any flowers around at all?
Flowers? Oh yeah, there's like little flower beds and stuff as you pass by village, like shops and houses and things like that.
Nadar will pick one and weave it into his chainmail. Pay if necessary, of course.
That's up to you. Like as you're kind of going by through the town streets, the cobblestone streets, there's a few flower beds as you walk by. Some are in kind of bypassing shops nearby, or just like general bushes. As you go by.
If there's one in the bush, I'll just pluck one from a bush and start weaving it into my chainmail.
There you go. So you go and
arrested by the other Crown's Guard.
I'm a part of the flower guard now.
Yes.
But as you do that, the escort kind of goes through, and some of the city watch are there kind of doing their job, but also kind of some of them kind of partaking in the festivities as well. As you all know, this volunteer city guard help to keep the peace, but also enjoy the activities a little bit themselves. It's a bit murky. But as you guys are going through there, you go to near the prison yard where you met the Crown's Guard before, and kind of take kind of a sharp left from there. And you'll notice that the hole that was sort of blown through to help Skin escape is now fully repaired and sealed up now. So they've been working on that while you've been gone. You take a sharp left, go down the street, past that crossroads where you fought Skins. Sort of not too far from the office where you met Achaidh Shutterstone, is the office of Bram. And as you kind of get to his office, you see Crown's Guard symbol atop of a big wooden door that has like fairly shining golden knobs and adornments all over it. And as you step in, Nadar just kind of signals to the Crown's Guard to halt for a minute. And as all of you just kind of stop, he just signals going inside for a minute ahead of you. Opens the door, goes inside. And it's here that you are briefly allowed to speak to each other if you like.
Friends, I would hope that we would get a night in the inn, but I feel like we might need to be prepared for this fight to follow us here. I don't know what we will. I hope not either. What do What do we want to do to celebrate? If we do end up getting the night off, though, maybe some drinks at the tavern. I can pay. I have some money. I might be coming into more money too.
Phelan, as you say that, you notice there are like gnomes, humans, various races, kind of predominantly gnomes, since it is predominantly a gnome city, but you just see sort of people kind of in the streets with tankards of liquid of some kind as they're kind of passing you by. Because it's just kind of a general little party in the streets right now.
Is there anybody close by currently, by chance? That is not.
They're all pretty close by. Like you're kind of in the front stoop of this office, waiting for someone to come grab you, and you just notice kind of general crowds of people just kind of walking to and fro, not too far from you.
I'll stop a person who's walking by and I'll say, "What's all the partying about today? What are we celebrating?"
Another day, another dollar, sir.
Yes, I agree. What are you drinking, my friend?
$1.
Me? It's called Fuse. You interested?
I'll try it out. Let's go.
You come here for an early grave worth earning. And he just like hands you his tankard.
I'll turn that off and I'll take a swig and give it back.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
The entire time this is happening, Margot makes an audible eye roll.
Yeah, Jules
how I
is
said,
sitting and judging very hard.
You know how I said I'd rolled my one good roll for the night? I rolled a 2 plus 1 for my con for a 3.
Nice.
Moose, we've talked about this before. Your dice are cursed.
It did well the first time. I trusted it.
That
So
was your first mistake.
Fuse is basically Hupperduke's own personal invention.
What is it? Just straight gasoline?
It's basically, it's like their moonshine. When you ingest this drink, it is the common liquid of the workers, of the common gnomes who live here. It's their celebratory end of the night shift, end of the day shift, end of any shift, really.
So it's
Celebratory
no
liquid. When you put it to your lips and gulp it down, it's a combination of 151, the blackest, grittiest coffee you've ever had, and it's like has a slight thickness to it. Not enough that's like molasses or syrup.
Can Margot like smell it at all? Can Margot smell it? Like, does it have like a pretty
It's
strong...
one of those things where you smell it and it has kind of like for the first split second has like a nice coffee aroma, fastly followed by like the sharpest scent you've ever smelt. Like just almost instantly, like mucus will start running down your nose, and like this, it's like a shot to the brain. Like like when you have like a 5-alarm hot sauce that just starts to just.
So Margot smells it,
Kevin,
her
why?
nose crinkles, and she looks at Phelan and she's like, I hope you're not too attached to your stomach lining.
Phelan, I need you to roll a D100.
Oh no! Oh no!
What's gonna happen?
Why do you have a list that big?
Because it's Fuse, baby. Light it.
Buddy.
72.
I've used something like this
It
before.
says here that you
Makes a pack.
explode.
Fireball.
Congratulations, you're now a warlock. Welcome to the club.
I sold my soul to the booze. Let's go.
All right, you got.
It should also just be brought back that like half of us have inspiration from the first like 10 minutes of chat.
We
Yeah.
do.
Odin does,
I do have
Haley
that.
does, Galahad does. I don't know who else does.
All right, Phelan, what did you get?
72.
Team Hot Tin Can
So-
got inspiration.
You drink that, you take a big swig, and you're like, you just start coughing instantly. You had no idea what this was. You were not expecting that. As the gnome, who's like kind of a grubby, like big, long beard, like looks like they came from the mechanic yard that you went and got your mechanical friend Cactus from. Just has like oil all over his big smock, big gritty, big thick brown boots. It'll cure what ails you. Have fun, my friend. Hope you got something good. And then walks away. You then start to feel awful. Like instantly, really, really bad. You have cast Ray of Sickness on yourself.
Oh my god.
And you take...
You take the L. Goodbye.
8 points of poison damage.
8 whole points?
And you are poisoned for 1 minute.
Okay.
And let that be a lesson to you.
You done goofed.
This is why you don't drink random liquor that some grubby little dwarf hands you.
No.
No, whatever.
It's okay. I feel good. Don't worry about it. I'll take 10 minutes maybe, and I'll be back to death. High life.
And this drink is something that the gnome culture here has just cultivated themselves. They're very, very used to it. But anyone else, especially if it's their first time, it's gonna just do something maybe super awesome, maybe super not awesome. So as that happens, you see Phelan visibly just trying so hard not to throw up, and is just trying to keep calm as beads of sweat kind of go down the sides of their forehead. And as this happens, Nadar, you come out to lead them into Bram's office. And you notice instantly that Phelan doesn't look very good.
He drank Fuse, didn't he?
Oh yeah. Like he didn't even hesitate.
He drank something, certainly.
Just went for it.
In Gnomish, Nadal will say, drink hard, drink much. And then gesture for everyone to enter.
Right. So you enter into the office of Watchmaster, the Watchmaster, Captain Bram. You go through this big wooden door, these golden adornments. As it opened up for you and the dark came out, you walked through. And again, this office, sort of the stylings of this is like, when you're in a very busy downtown area, especially when it's a bit older looking, like Italy sort of thing, where there's like a cobblestone street. On either side of the street, there's just a building that just kind of goes along the side of the entire street you're on. And there's just multiple shops, offices, homes. They're all kind of compounded together. So when you go into this office, it's just like the office is just like there. Like there's no like waiting room. There's no like hallway you go down. You just kind of open up, and this office for him is just like right on the side of the street. So as you walk in, you notice Bram's like very fine wooden desk, some pictures of his fellow captains and him through his career. And you go inside, he's got like kind of his armament on a mannequin up in the corner, sword, shield on the other side, wearing his formal attire that's underneath his armor. Oh, friends, you've arrived. Come.
Yes. On it.
Nadal will give Phelan a solid slap on the back, and they'll go lean against a wall.
Yes, doing good.
Thank you, Nadar. You gonna be okay there?
Just dandy.
He drank Fuse.
It's an acquired taste, I can tell you from personal experience.
Yes. I love it. We got our target. We're here for the
Why
money.
don't you let maybe one of the other team speak to
We
collect
captured the Goliath and rescued
We're
one
gonna
of
go to
the
the wall.
prisoners they were holding captive.
Thank you, Galahad.
I heard. The Dar here filled me in. I hope you didn't mind the help. I'm sorry they didn't arrive in time. It looks like you were very much ahead of schedule.
We try our best.
They're
Now.
stronger than they look.
Apparently.
You ever doubt me?
I would never, Lady Dragon.
Good.
Now, upon your investigation, first off, I thank you very, very much for apprehending Skins. If it wasn't for you, we may never have found her. During your investigation, is there anything that you can tell us that might help us with the whereabouts of anyone who was responsible for this, or perhaps any other plots that may have been attached to this?
You know, I did have something that was bugging me. I remember us getting the information, and then we talked to someone, and then we did get ambushed. That wasn't fun. We got ambushed by a couple kobolds, and then they told us where to find Skins. And
When
I'm just
you
really,
say we get ambushed, I think he means he got ambushed.
it was a group effort. But what I'm getting at is I'm just really confused. I forget where we told you where we would be to send help.
That is a very good point.
Well, full transparency, as you did us a favor, we will do one kindness to you. We may have had someone keeping an eye on you, just to make sure you were keeping to your word.
Now, why on earth would you do that?
We're
If we
in
were all
wartime.
hands-on, looking for Skins, wouldn't they have served a better purpose of searching for Skins themselves instead of following behind our party?
Well, my lady, I don't know if you've noticed, but we are at war. There is an entire nation of people looking to usurp this city and everyone inside of it. We did necessary precautions to make sure that you would hold up your end of the bargain, and in times of war, people can be easily swayed. It is not meant to be insulting, more as a precaution. We don't have
it's
very
not
many
insulting.
Crown Guard here in the city of Hupperduke. The Empire has
It's-
most of their forces out by the Rock Guard garrison, and we didn't want to expel any more people than we needed to keep this city safe.
Brum, it's not insulting that you sent someone behind us. Simply seems as though a waste of your efforts.
That is for me to judge.
And
But-
and have you judged? I was just curious.
Quite so. Not only have I judged, but the Empire itself seems to have judged as well. Your exploits turned a few heads. Your, shall we say, demonstration at the prison break, taking care of those kobolds in one fell swoop, albeit mixed with some hefty property damage, which we are very much going to look
I
away
did the
from.
job. You can say thank you now.
In our defense, we had no idea that the kobolds would quite literally explode.
And that is okay. That is why you have earned a meeting. Not only will I be paying you the other half of the reward as we promised, and puts down a big sack of 250 gold coins on the desk as it kind of sprawls out from the top. But you've earned a meeting with the governor of Hupperduke, Starostama.
It's not really earning if I never cared in the first place.
You've earned it nonetheless.
Now, is there a particular reason we're being invited, summoned, ordered, whatever word we're using in this instance?
The reason I cannot say I am merely a tool for the Empire. But I can tell you that the people you're about to meet don't just meet with anybody.
Just a quick clarification question. Did we bring with us into the office the gnome that we freed from the mountains, or was she taken away by the Crown's Guard?
They are currently outside. So the Crown's Guard are there outside of the office on the street, surrounding Skins and Seema.
Okay.
Cool.
While we were capturing Skins, we found out that they were holding a gnome prisoner and getting her to craft explosives for some plot. I'm sure that she could tell you more once she's rested.
Okay, that's good.
We also have the
That's good.
location of their current hideout, but according to Nebula, not sure how long before they clear out, since we know some of them just left.
Some of them have left.
Yeah, you got a little mountain infestation problem up there, and it seems that they are aware of our handiwork. We set an alarm to trigger, and it's been going off for quite some time.
We wanted to
Where
come
we
back
found-
first.
Where
Do
we
it.
found Skins, it went deeper, and the deeper you went, it went deeper, and there was more individuals that were working with them that were to be found within. We attempted to delay them as much as possible, but our job wasn't to take care of them. It was to take care of Skins. So
Which
we picked
means if you want any more of our help, you're gonna have to pay up. We did our job. If you want us to continue doing this job, you will treat us as such.
Well, my dear, I'm pretty sure that's what this meeting is going to be about.
I don't like my time being wasted.
Nor do I. We don't intend to waste your time. The fact that you are meeting the people that you are meeting is a sign of respect for what you've done and the capabilities you have shown.
Thank
I
you
mean-
for the opportunity.
Thank yourselves. Not every
So-
day you get to meet the Archmage of Domestic Protection from the Cerberus Assembly. I can tell you that.
Archmage.
Okay, I just wanna clarify that you are giving us the go-ahead to bring Miss Upsetty Spaghetti into the leader of the leader of the city. I'm just clarifying that we're bringing the rage monster into headquarters, right?
That's exactly what he's saying, Freckles. Now can we move on?
Okay, no, yeah, cool. I just wanted to make sure that we got that down on paper.
Remember that whole
Well,
fly
it
around
is
shit?
one Goliath, and there are 12 Crowns God, and all of you, capable adventurers, plus Nadar. I think
Miss
we'll be
Goliath
okay.
has slipped your clutches at least one too many times, so you'll have to forgive us if we don't necessarily trust the capability of your Crown's Guard, Rom.
Thought Nebula was talking about.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was talking about the dragon lady over here.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with Stoneface Killer out there. We've got that in the bag. No, I'm just talking about Anger Tooth. So
Careful, a few kobolds may jump out of the corner and cleave you to death.
Lost someone.
Apparently that was such a
sensing
wicked
something.
burn. Jules left the stream.
Jules just died.
I can't take this heat.
I'm sensing some tension between all of you, and I must say, it is rather entertaining.
This happens a lot. All the time.
Bonding, if you will.
Oh yeah. Even when they go to bed, they argue. That wasn't for me.
perception
No,
check.
never mind.
Real talk though. Did you actually say that out loud?
Margot's just gonna whip around and
Would
look
that
at
be would that be like an insight, or can we just acknowledge that we heard that?
I mean,
You do you,
Marco
boo.
immediately is gonna catch on that one. She's immediately gonna be like, "Bitch said what?"
So I'm gonna have you both roll perception checks at advantage.
So glad you didn't
I
say
phrased that wrong, but honestly, let's roll with it.
That's a 15.
That is a 16 for me.
Okay.
I love
So
Galahad.
if Galahad did indeed say that out loud, they fight all the time before they go to bed too. The two of you kind of like, it's just said as like a fleeting passing thing, super quick, and instantly you both just like you do it in a way that you're not alerting anyone around you, that you acknowledge that what he said is like fact, but the both of you instantly know what he's talking about. And just kind of like acknowledge that for a second internally.
Oh no, Marco doesn't acknowledge internally. She just whips around and stares at Galahad.
What? You talk
So-
loud.
So even when they sleep. Interesting.
Yes, indeed. Very interesting, it seems.
Well,
That's-
as amazing as this conversation is, I think I'd like to carry on if it's okay with you. You want to get paid? Let's let that happen. And he like gets out from his desk, kind of pats this very fine standing gnome crowns guard, kind of pats Nadar in the back. Let's lead them to the governor's castle. And they go out side of the front door and kind of looks behind you like, you can argue on the way as much as you like, and then comes outside, ushering you to follow him.
Nebula says to Margot on the way out, so should we do 2 quips and a jab, or are you wanting to do just all jabs on the walk? I'm just not really sure the energy tonight.
Can she just palm his face and push him into the dirt?
You can make a strength check, and he can make a dexterity. Or no, both contested strength checks. Or no, wait, so Nebula, do you want to move out of the way, or do you want to try to force, like, push against it?
I would move out of the way.
Because just so you know, I got a nat 20.
Oh,
That's not gonna beat that.
no.
So right away, you kind of make it da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and she just goes right into a dirt puddle on the cobblestone street, as gnomes are kind of like, whoa, kind of move out of the way as everyone's partying in the street, as you're trying to like make your way through everybody. As some gnomes kind of rush towards you, like, you okay there, buddy? And just like gives you a hand and tries to help you up.
Nadar will reach down and grab him on the shoulder and pull him up so his arm's over him. Watch out for that one, my friend, and we'll continue to walk forward.
And I want it understood that I have not left Nadar's form.
You've just been the Dragonborn this whole time.
That's fine with me.
Yes. Yeah, the whole time.
Okay.
She's scared.
I utilize Nebula's voice to like give that basic distinction, but I did not change form. So
Okay.
yeah, so she just pushed the Dragonborn version of me down into the dirt, and
Dance
he
fella.
helps me. She's like that.
Hey, Nebula, dirt is a good look for you. You should be in it more often.
Jules is gonna turn to the two of them and go, now this is completely counterproductive. We're about to go and speak with someone who appears to be very high up, and you both need to quit this petty behavior. Margot, you need to cool your temper, and Nebula, you need to quit pushing her buttons on purpose. Now both of you need to knock it off from this point on. You understand me?
I'm just saying the dirt suits his personality.
Jules,
Well-
make an intimidation check.
Okay. That's 12 plus 7, so 19.
19.
I'm also
Okay.
going to use thaumaturgy just to let some of that ghostly, ethereal in my eyes as well at the same time.
So very sternly, you see this ghostly spectral form that you've seen before in action, just like kind of emanate behind her like a silhouette as this spectral green wisps start to come out of her eyes. And Margot, you're very, very stern. You're usually the one doing the intimidating. But even you, who's somebody a very expert, like an expert person at intimidating people, even you can like respect the level of stern that's being thrown at you.
Okay,
right
so some of the scales that I have just kind of like flare out a little bit, and like my wings, a slight little like paper tremble, and she just kind of nods just once.
Whoa, she's scary.
Yes, I got one.
And Nebula will.
I knew I put a ring on it for a reason.
Nebula will accept that that sternness and laugh and kind of ease the tension as Nebula. Well, I suppose you're right. We ought to pull ourselves together and get in the spirits of things. And on the word like spirit, just kind of like looks over at Jules.
Jules,
Margot's gonna whisper over to Jules real quick, and she goes, "If you want to hit him, I highly recommend it. It feels quite nice."
Again, you were saying?
So the spirit of things, because you've seen this sort of ghostly, spectral energy in action, but you're still not 100% sure.
I'm totally okay with Nebula probing.
This is what I'm getting at. So
yeah.
You say that, and Jules, you're just kind of like, you have this look upon you of like, you're not. Does he? Wait. It just hits you. It hits you for a split second. You're not showing it, but inside you're just like. Okay.
I think that it's decently obvious when anyone looks at Jules using her magic that it's spectral in some way, but not necessarily that it's what it is.
Yes.
In nature, or undead in nature. So.
And you know Nebula to be that person that just like keeps trying to push buttons and trying to figure people out.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna clock that and keep a deadpan, just that aggressive like base
Well,
face.
I don't have any buttons. I'm button free, I think.
Margot's just gonna look over at Nadar and be like, "Be thankful you occasionally work alone."
And as you guys make your way through this ever ongoing party in the streets, you take a different turn that you have not done so before in this city. As you were kind of doing your general investigations, looking for clues about skins, where they might have gone to, you generally congregated in the lower part of Hupperduke, talking to the firemark facility, talking to the mechanics, all that type of stuff. Where you're heading now, kind of close to where you had that crossroads where you had your fight, and you went left to kind of do your trail up into the Cyprical Mountains. You are now going left, and you find yourselves starting to come up on a bit of a ridge, a bit of an upward hill, leaving the lower industrial city of Hupperduke into the very ritzy, eloquent, rich side of Hupperduke. As this city is kind of layered on two parts, the lower industrial city on the bottom, smokestacks where all the commoners and workers live. And then you've got the higher ups, the more well-off, the politicians, the top 1%, up against the Cyprical Mountain, kind of on the other side, sort of nestled into the ridge there. As you make your way off, you just notice that the houses much more cleaner, the shops here much more finer, establishments, castles are just a bit more shinier, more well put.
So what you mean to say is we're venturing into Upper Duke.
Inspiration for everyone.
So that's from Laura Tutu. Laura Tutu posted that in the
Or
Twitch chat.
she says Upper Hupper.
Hupper.
Up.
Up.
Shout out to Laura Tutu for Upper Hupper.
Looks like we are in there.
And you make your way through these cobblestone streets, and you're just kind of taking everything in as the people are kind of looking at you. They notice that you're being accompanied by Crown's Guard, Nadar, Bram, who kind of like waves at people, giving, familiar gestures as he's known to do. The people kind of giving you a little bit of a stare, a little bit of like a, oh. who are these people? And especially when there's a double of Nadar that's slightly shorter, just like walking behind. Very odd affair for the Upper Duke side of town.
Oh, they have a
Oh.
dirt-covered Nadar double, and they're like, oh, but they see a dragon, and they're like, yeah, that's a casual Tuesday.
The longer that we've been in this area, Jules has kind of been even more serious than normal and putting on even more of a front than she normally does. And is definitely, her posture is a little bit better and a little bit higher, and she's got just an air of, I'm going to act as though I belong here currently, and she's able to do so quite easily.
Yeah, the rest of you, the body language of Jules Hendricks starts to shift very noticeably, kind of going from this carefree kind of attitude-filled walk and posturing just to, chest out a little bit more. The walk is a bit more firmer, kind of being a bit more direct and proper.
A little bit more posh.
Exactly.
Margot
Oh, no.
leans down and she goes, raise your head higher. Walk like you're thinking the word murder.
Murder.
To who?
And if you had Margot and Jules kind of walking side by side, one is a much more of like a proper, like, not a proper lady walk by any means, but a much more like noble woman sort of walk,
Yeah.
very, very proper and strict. And Margot just has this like, ba-bam, 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 just like heel toe.
No,
heel
she's
toe.
very. She walks like the Winter Soldier, but elegantly.
Exactly. It's a much more forceful walk. Just strutting your stuff on a cobblestone walkway. But as you're weaving through this town center, you eventually come to the other side of it, where this sort of large castle-like structure is located at the other end of this sort of town. You see like the flag colors of Hupperduke up in the air, and this castle-like structure isn't tall by any means. You're not looking at like a castle tower. You're more looking at just big, huge brick walls with towers on either side. They're probably like 2 levels high. But it looks more like this is encasing something rather than a part of a structure, if that makes sense. And as you come close to the double doors, Bram just kind of walks up, nods to the guards there in their Crown's Guard gear, all cladded up in this very hard, golden-like armor. The guards with their spears. Huge 2 double doors open up, and you're walking in towards the governor's mansion, the governor of Hupperduke's residence.
Finally, a pair of doors I don't have to lean under.
And as this opens up, you start to see the image of this very, very fine complex. Now, it's not a castle by any means, but it's just this, it's like sort of a medieval version of the White House. You're just looking at this massive house, this very, very fine complex that looks like it can house like just multiple people inside. You see some more official, kind of more official looking people leaving, some coming and going, different sort of City Watch volunteers inside of here, a couple more Crown's Guard inside, but it looks like the bulk of the guards were with you. And they start to escort you inside of these giant castle brick walls. Is this cobblestone street that leads in, and you kind of almost notice an almost oasis surrounding this large housing complex. There's like fresh grass on the ground, a couple of ponds here and there, some fresh flowers. It's very, very beautiful. It's kind of like its own little oasis that's guarded off from the rest of Hupperduke. And you come inside to, again, 2 double doors. There's 2 hugely long they're big long windows that are long and rectangular, that are stained glass, that kind of depict different sort of scenic images that you're not really sure what they represent at this point. But they represent sort of images of like very like they look like the images of gnomes kind of planting a flag surrounded by golden images of weaponry, cannons, swords, shields, gold, that kind of thing on either side. You come to another set of big, huge, double wooden doors with big, huge, golden, round hooks on them as Bram kind of shoves up to them. Opens them up. And it is here. We're going to go over to our Roll20 map. As you go inside the governor's mansion.
I'm eating sushi.
Joe Biden.
No.
Reveal this really quick.
Oh, that's a nice Roll20 pick for Nadar.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Daddy. Yes.
Oh God, no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Wow, he really said hard pass.
It cost you $0 to not say that.
But you know how much I got? A lot. You know what? I'm gonna just keep repeating it throughout the night. We're gonna get all the subs for the
I'm
channel.
taking this out of your commission from the gold.
Can we get some subs for Nadaddy?
Oh, come on.
Nah.
So as you enter these double set of doors, you instantly open up to, like, it's strange. It's obviously very, very fancy in here. There are kind of grottos within this area as well. A couple of government officials kind of coming to and fro on these cobblestone steps that are different from outside. Outside, they were kind of like, sort of had a golden reddish color to them, more on the golden side. But in here, they're like a very sort of regular stone, more on the stone's more on the lighter gray white side. Very well kept, not very dirty at all. You'll see too, like right when you come inside, there's kind of a little bit of a sort of a resting area of sorts. There's four sort of light source, kind of arcane light sources that depict these shielded statues that are all clad in these silver paladin-like armor. And there's just a series of greenery bushes inside of there and a couple of benches for people to kind of sit and just reflect. As you kind of step inside further, being accompanied by Nadar and some of the Crown's Guard, there's that sort of oasis theme idea they saw outside is even more presented inside.
Upon sitting like the paladin aesthetic, Galahad just sort of loosens up and feels like a whole lot more comfortable for some reason. Just like, yeah.
Exactly. You get the motif of like noticing those statues and sort of the grotto outside. There's definitely a motif of like peace, of calm, of serenity. Almost like the architect of this place wanted to sort of depict whatever the owner's image is of an oasis, of a peaceful mindset, if that makes any sense.
There is no Warren Hupperduke. Yep, gotcha.
Oh no.
Oh God. I am Julie.
And you go inside and you see that in the middle of this complex is a very well kept, almost like a piece of the forest has just been plucked from outside and put into the center of the governor's mansion. There's like little makeshift trees, bushes, grass, some wood kind of lying down there. And as you're kind of taken around, the Crown's Guard kind of just have skins, they've taken, as you got inside, you all came off the horses, whatever horses were kind of trotted behind or kind of left outside. Seema was taken by one of the Crown's Guards. Skins was taken by a few Crown's Guards to just kind of like usher Seema to like a medical room to kind of tend to their wounds. Skins being taken off seemingly to a holding area of sorts. And you kind of come in through here and Nadar and Bram will kind of usher you to kind of wait here, please, as you come down through the grotto here. to another set of doors. These ones again being entirely gold, with sort of obsidian knobs to them. And the detailing in the gold is very angular, and again, when you just look at it, it's not really depicting like an image of any kind, but you kind of can get to estimate it's probably like a pattern that's attached to Gnomish culture. And as they get to these double doors, Bram and Nadar kind of stop. Wait here. We'll be right back. As they enter these doors, open up, the two of them go inside. And you see two Crowns Guard as the doors open up, you notice two Crowns Guard on either side of the door on the other side, just standing there with spears as they close down. So it's here you have Spec, and as you guys are coming inside and kind of taking in all of this really lush architecture and all of the sort of lush greenery inside, Spec's just like, oh. It never occurred to me to put the forest inside a building. Always on the outside. That's kind of brilliant.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Exactly. See, you gotta make sure you're able to live the nice life. This is why we make money.
This is why you make money?
Yes.
You can buy this?
Well, not this one. This one's somebody bought this one. This whole place.
I mean, how much money would you think it would cost to like buy all this?
Okay, so let's
At least 12.
At least 12 money.
Yes,
You
Gary.
got ahead, but
12.
a lot.
Oh, I've only ever had 3 myself.
Oh, you
See.
poor thing.
But he's never had more than 3 gold.
I mean, you could just like murder the owners and just take it for yourself. I mean, that's pretty good.
Let's not murder the owners. The owners are gonna if we murder them, there's gonna be 100 times murderers coming to us. So let's not. Yeah, I don't think we can bring you back to life again. I think this is your last go. So maybe less murder, more. Here, can you smile? Can you give me a smile, Spec? Let's see. Like this. Here, just put your open your teeth there. Oh, perfect. Okay, just show your teeth and just there we go. That's wonderful. As long as you curve the lips, it's all in the curve of the lips, up, not down. And you're great. Oh my gosh, you look wonderful. Now just don't touch your dagger and put a smile on your face and we're good to go.
My face hurts.
You don't have to do it all the time. I'm gonna turn to the others and I think we're gonna die today.
Oh yeah, chances are pretty good.
Yes. We got this, Spec. You can take a break.
Ugh.
Yes, perfect.
Ow.
It's only when they look at us directly, then you can smile. Otherwise, you're okay.
Okay. Smile
Okay.
when they look at you.
Yes.
You got it. Okay.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna walk in. We got this, buddy. Not gonna get murdered tonight.
And as you guys are in this sort of area, as you've kind of passed through the different hallways, you kind of get a peek and look inside some of the other rooms. Not fully, but off to sort of the left, you kind of see what appears to be kind of like a makeshift tavern of sorts over to your left. You notice like a bar top and a couple of tables, even a stage that's up on there. It looks like this is for like, indoor parties of sorts, maybe for a place for the officials to kind of come and lay their heads to rest. Sort of up in the northern side, you notice through those doors that you saw kind of what looked to be like a religious altar of some type, for whoever religious purposes, for people to pray to whoever they pray to. And kind of on the the direct right side of you, noticing these sort of doors open that you saw sort of a set of beds, a meeting room, and a storeroom of sorts. Mainly nothing like weapons or anything, mainly like office supplies, writing materials, papers, things of that nature. But getting to this point, you're waiting there for about like 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes.
Jules is gonna turn to the rest of the party and say to them, "These are going to be people of high class. I would recommend that you all put on your best behaviors and be as polite as possible. And if you feel as though you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Understood?"
I don't know what you could possibly be talking about.
Never once said something not nice in your life? I've had at least 3 of them in the last 20 minutes.
Galahad just nods enthusiastically.
Margot, while some of your rage is somewhat endearing at times, these are not people we want to piss off.
Oh yes, because on top of arson, homicide just sounds like a lovely way to top off the evening.
I'm not happy with being here either. But we have to do what we have to do.
Really? I'm excited.
That makes one of us.
We shouldn't keep our hosts waiting for much longer. Everybody ready?
Ready when you are.
Here's to not chucking it all on the table. Feeling a little better now.
Good.
Yes. And step on in.
And at this point, you hear the guards from behind the door. Open them up. Nadar waiting there on the other side for you to greet you. As you come into this sort of waiting room of sorts. You come inside past those guards, and you find yourselves, again, this kind of oasis motif, very much adorned in here. Bright, beautiful purple flower beds, these bushes on either side, with this kind of cement structure kind of encasing it in, with some beautiful greenery, bushes, grass, plants. And then the doors inside being the opposite coloration of the ones you came in through. With the 2 doors to this next room, black obsidian and 2 very bright golden knobs. And as you enter into this room, Nadar kind of looking over at all of you as he kind of signals you to like stand up straight.
Be as respectful as you can. These people are not to be trifled with. Get in their good books, and you will earn good coin. Remember that.
And as he says that, the 2 doors on either side, the guards walk past you. And you are witness to seeing a meeting room. And you go inside, there's another set of guards inside, again, adorned in that Crown's Guard armor. And as you all enter through this door, you see 3 people sitting in red velvet chairs. The floor of this room in particular, different from all the others that you've seen so far. In that kind of room that you came in through before, had kind of like a red velvet carpeting that was layered on top of gold flooring, gold tile flooring, with intricate sort of golden thread weaved into the red rug. And that red rug kind of goes from the room and went under the double onyx doors. And as you stepped through, you'll notice that a big red circle rug came under your feet, signaling the Empire logo. But under that, this floor has no other carpet to adorn it, as it is entirely gold, with two bright braziers on either side, sort of flickering with flame. But yet light is illuminating this entire room somehow. Light source isn't coming from the braziers, but yet this whole room is lit as if like electricity is running through this place. And around this room is adorned with waterfalls on all sides, almost moat-like, pond moat-like. And you just hear that faint rushing of water coming from all sides. And you see before you an elderly female gnome with very, very fine gown, with a professional sort of almost a blazer of sorts on top. Very fine shoes, kind of a cane, old, like white hair, sort of put up in a bun. Wrinkled face. Big, shiny gold pinky ring. Some jewelry around the wrists. And then sitting on either...
Yes, he cast Time Stop.
Ooh,
All right, y'all. Now that he's gone, the actual Fey Lie. All right, you got this.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us what it is.
All right, it's just Phelan has been lying this whole time.
Oh
He is in
my
a bug
god.
Fuck. I took I took a page right out of Nebula's book. Dang it.
Oop.
So this is the part where we take over this castle and make it our own, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Oh my god. I'm
Remember,
telling
guys, 15-minute rule. If he's not back, we level up.
you what it is. That's what it is.
That's
Oh,
what
man.
it be.
I hope you
I
guys
also
have
love
picked
the
your
perfect pause
ability
moment.
scores and/or feats.
I have.
I'm taking that chef feat from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We got
I'm so
this.
upset with Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. My favorite
Why?
subclass got nothing but hard nerfs, and I was so upset because it needed
Oh.
buffs instead.
What
Which
was
one was it?
what's the subclass?
Way of the Astral Self Monk.
Ah.
Ooh, that was a good one.
They were like,
Looks
hey, you know
like-
how like
Oh, snap.
all of the like defensive
You're the
capabilities?
DM right now, by the way, Saint.
I am? All right, ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen.
yeah.
No, no.
Oh, that's a dangerous.
Buckle up,
number.
kiddos. One of the Aussies is in charge.
All right, you got a one shot.
Okay.
Prepared just in
Galahad
case this
vibe
ever
is here.
happens.
Remember, I'm an Aussie too, man. Go easy.
Don't worry, don't worry. You can be the co-DM.
Sweet. Bet.
So basically,
I'm not
we're gonna
American.
play like D&D, but it's Tron, because Galahad's DMing.
Oh no.
Ding dong.
And then
Not
everything
again!
explodes.
You done got booted.
Oh my god, that could have come at a better time. Jesus. Sorry there,
Oh,
everyone. Apparently everyone's internet today is kicking the bucket.
Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop, boop, pew!
So as I was saying, non-binary half-elf, long black and brown hair, sort of an olive-colored skin. They're wearing a jacket that kind of looks like it was a robe that was adorned into a much more functional cloak of sorts with lapels. It's dark blue and has golden thread that kind of outlines the outer layer and the inner layer of it, along the outline of it. Wearing like black, sort of blue trousers and has kind of these black leather stirrups kind of over the blue trousers with kind of a black leather vest and has like these big buckles kind of all over her, has this kind of yellow and red sash around the waist. It's kind of got this golden pattern all over it. Sleeveless, has some golden jewelry that kind of wraps around her arms, has these ivory bracers that also has kind of gold jewelry on it, and has these black boots, again with some golden sort of outlaying details on it with kind of a white fur trim at the top of the boot, and big, huge white earrings that kind of hang down low, these big sort of pearl earrings that are like huge, and has these tattoos in a language that none of you really understand tattooed under their eyes. And On the other side of the elder gnome, you see an older male human, adorned in heavy armor, almost plate mail-ish, head to toe. Also has kind of really short, kind of crew cut hair that's kind of brown at the top, but gray along the sides, and has this big, bushy, white beard that has almost like a dwarvish knots kind of weaved into it. And this guy has weapons adorned all over his big, thick metal armor. Has like a hammer in behind him, a big broadsword, an axe, like daggers all around him, has leather pouches and straps all over him. Like he is ready to go.
Nice.
And as you make all of these people's acquaintance, Nadar kind of takes a seat right beside them with these really nice red velvet chairs. And as you all enter into the room, the elderly gnome kind of gets up from her chair as everyone else in their chairs just stands upright, like greeting the queen.
Well, my dears, wonderful of you to come. Let's have a little chat, shall we?
And it's here we're going to take our break. So, okay, sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. This is where we're going to take our break. For those of you who are subscribers, this is your chance to win some cool stuff. So you'll be able to win a set of dice, a dice tray 3D printed by our good friend Jordy Rose, or a dice holder. We're going to have you enter a keyword into the chat just once, or you will be disqualified, and you must be from Canada or US. The word will be Upper Duke.
I respect it.
Upperdook. Upper Duke. All one word. So hang there, guys. We're going to stretch the legs, refresh the drinks. We'll be back in around 5-10 minutes, so don't go away. See you in a bit. We'll be back.
See you in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fey Lie campaign, episode 6.
Hey, you get out of there! That's my spot! That's my spot! No! Put it back. Put it back.
Yes.
Put it back.
I'll buy you McDonald's sandwich, please.
No, I have control issues. It's not your contract. No, okay. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad that we got so that. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. The ship's back in order. It's on the right track. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being patient there while we stretch the legs and refresh the drinks. But now it's everyone's favorite moment, the time to pick the winner of this week's giveaway. So thank you, everyone who subscribed. Holy crap, so many of you gifting subscriptions. Thank you so very much. That goes a long way to supporting the channel and everything we do here. So we really, really appreciate that. But without further ado, let's see who won this week's prize. And that person is...
Hit us with the chat. Oh, Abel X Runner 5.
That's correct. Abel X Runner X5. You've won your choice of a set of dice, a dice tray, or dice holder from DM Jordy Rose. So thank you guys so very much for participating. We will direct message you on Twitch and get your shipping details. For anyone else who wants another shot, we do stream 2 campaigns currently at the moment. Beyond the Realms every Monday now, 5 p.m. PST.
And welcome back
and
to
the Fey Lie.
campaign.
These wonderful people. Generally the first and third Wednesday of the month. So we take kind of a 2-week interval through those. So kind of bi-weekly schedule. So look out for that. We won't, for this stream, we'll be doing it not next Monday, not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after. Go to @DiceCreamSandwich, all social media handles. I put up the stream dates there constantly. So thank you so very much. But let us return back to episode 6.
I was going to be Dice Cream saying, oh, well.
So before the break, you all entering into this very exquisite, serene meeting room, meeting the figures that Nadar had previously said. You are looking at Starosta Emma Zezbach, the governor of Hupperduke, the non-binary elf, wood elf, Martinet, Ludinus, Deleth, the Archmage of Domestic Protections and Crown for the Cerberus Assembly. And the human, male human, Marshal Hayden Damrag, veteran soldier.
I need you to know that without a doubt, Nebula would scan like these people.
Yeah, that tracks.
So without a doubt, as we walked in and that woman gave us that, let's have a talk.
Yeah,
like
the elder gnome.
Divine sense went up.
Okay, so again, undead, fey, celestial.
Undead, fiend, celestial.
Undead, fiend, celestial.
And the hollow spell.
Hollow spell. So once again, that sort of radar-like radiant wave emits from your head. Nada. These are exactly who you think they are.
People who about to fuck us up.
Cool.
And as Emma stands up, the rest of you, or the rest of the people in the chairs, stand up as well. Let's have a little chat, shall we?
Jules is going to bow and say, thank you very much for meeting with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very, very much for handling skins for us. The Empire is in your debt. I heard you all caused quite a commotion to be able to get to this point. For that, I am thankful. I would not have been able to hold my seat for over 2 centuries without making some pretty brash moves myself, so I can appreciate thinking outside the box. How about a toast to your latest victories. Crown's snaps the fingers, and from the other room comes with a tray with sort of shot glasses made of very fine metal, and kind of goes on the tray and passes it out to all of you, and passes
Now
it
it's an Aussie Thursday.
to her and to her friends that are sitting next to her. And right away, Phelan, you get that familiar smell.
It's Fuse. Very nice.
Yes, you're familiar then.
Jules, with awakened mind, is going to tell everyone in the party really quickly, if you don't drink this, it will be immensely rude, and you should indeed drink it.
It's already gone.
Yeah, and Jules takes hers.
And as you, Phelan, as you kind of have that worried look on your face, she says, "Oh, don't worry, my boy. This is my own concoction. It's just for the pleasure, not for the insanity."
Perfect. Yes, I had a very nice encounter. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Governor,
Your
Starosta will be fine. And
Thank
she
you very much.
raises the glass and says, "You come here for an early grave worth earning." And they all take the shot.
Shots.
Kevin,
an
you
honor
muted
to meet
yourself.
you, Governor.
You all have that same sensation, similar to what Phelan had, but it's a lot sweeter. It's not bitter. It's not like, Bacardi 101 with coffee. This one has a much more of a fine sort of chai tea, maple coffee flavor to it. But as you take that sip, there is like a slight burn that kind of follows not that far behind after a couple seconds that kind of goes down the throat. So it's smooth, but has a very hard bite finish.
You're making me want to drink, Kevin. What are you doing to me?
No.
And the Carion's guard comes back with the tray. They all put it down. Again, I cannot thank you enough for your putting your abilities to good use. Bram has informed me of everything you've done up until this point, and well, I wouldn't have called upon my friends here if I didn't think you were at least worthy of an offering from the Empire. May I introduce Martinet Ludness Deleth, one of the oldest members we have for the Cerberus Assembly, leader of the domestic protections for the Assembly and the Crown. And she kind of stands up, just bows down.
Nice to meet you.
Takes a step back, being completely silent. And over here, Marshal Hayden Damrag, veteran soldier who has worked his way up the ranks for quite some time, advises King Dwendal himself on military actions, and is on the front lines at the Rock God Garrison. And as Martinet has been silent this whole time, kind of does a bit of a snicker to themselves as Marshall kind of whips his head forward. "What was that? Did you say something?" "No, not at all. Quite fine over here." And they just have this contentious sort of energy about them that's just a bit confusing, but you're just kind of going along with it.
I should
Nothing.
probably mention that Jules has a large, warm smile on her face, a smile that none of the rest of the party has seen from her the whole time that they've seen her. Just very... Thank
Just
you.
putting on this facade that you can all clearly see, this mask of jewels being emanating right off of her. That's like, who the hell is this person? This ain't the Jules that we know.
What's going on here?
This ain't our jewels.
And Emma kind of comes up closer to you. "I understand that Bram offered you a mighty sum, 500 gold pieces for bringing in Skins the Goliath. Is this true?
Yes, that was the case.
I see. And you are satisfied with this amount?
Immensely.
That was the plan, yeah. We signed up for it.
Curious. It's not every day that most people are satisfied with what they get. It's kind of just like giving you all just kind of a bit of a once-over, just getting a read on you. And goes over to Margot, who still has this sort of look of like playing along, but with that slight tinge of like, I'd rather be somewhere else.
It
looks
was the
over.
amount that was agreed upon, so there should be no issue with us being happy with what we received.
Quite true. Quite true. Looks over to Margot. And you, Miss...
Dripping with enthusiasm.
I'm gonna awaken mine and say, play nice.
She's gonna send it right back. This is as nice as it gets.
Well, if you're satisfied with what you were paid, I guess there would be not much reason to offer you more? Or would that be something you would also be satisfied with?
We were
If you're-
satisfied for that particular job, and we can always be satisfied for another job, or at least I speak for myself.
Always use more gold.
That is true. That is true.
My pockets have
Well,
space.
as the leader of Hupperduke and one of the crown jewels of the Empire, I've brought these two very important people to offer you a job. A relationship of sorts, if a job is too confiding for you. We know that you scouted out Skins and found a hideout of sorts. But you were not able to go much further inside, is this correct?
It wasn't that we were unable to move forward, more of, given the circumstances, we thought it best to return with what we had gotten before taking on a task that may not have been what's the word that I was just trying to say?
Applicable.
Applicable to our skill sets.
Would have been exceptionally difficult for us to continue further into the mountain, accompanied by a prisoner and a rescuee.
Quite true. Quite true. Under the circumstances, you played your hand wisely, I would say. But in the... how do I put this? We would like to make you an offer to go back and find out what else you could dig up regarding this place. And anyone else who may be attached to this plot. I mean, I heard you apprehended Skins, you fought some kobolds. Did you learn anything else about what may be inside this structure?
Well, if I recall, something a little bit like our metal friend here, but much larger.
Great machine.
Great machine, you say?
Yes.
Construct? A warforged?
We're not entirely sure. All that we know is that it's some form of large weapon that, in the wrong hands, could potentially cause a significant amount of damage.
Got their sights set on Hupperduke.
Our rescuee might be able to answer a little bit more helpfully.
Yes, we shall tend to her wounds and question her shortly. Perchance, did you find any evidence that... What is this person's name? And the veteran soldier... Stolmoust, Governor. Stolmoust. Right, yes. Stolmoust. Through our investigations, have heard that this Stolmoust, a disgruntled ex-Empire weapon designer, may be attached to all of this nonsense. You happen to find any connection to this person?
I believe it was... The name was mentioned, yes. I'm having a hard time recalling exactly when it was said, but Nima told us, correct?
Correct. So just as a refresher, Nima, when you were questioning her, like, where were you, what was going on, she mentioned that you asked if she had seen Stallmouse, and she's like, I never saw a person, but I saw a giant construct that looked like it was made like it with his designs, and heard his voice being emanated through a voice box.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you familiar with this person? Nadar?
I have crossed paths with Stormmaster in the past. Yes.
Well, it
You
does
think
seem
like
as
him
though
is
he
capable
is.
of orchestrating an attack on the town?
All I know, and with great respect to you three, all I know of Stormmaster is he was insanely clever, almost a genius, and an amazing weapons maker, but he got lazy, started to steal other people's work. I traveled with him on a few expeditions, but I haven't seen him in a while, I believe.
Well, friends, it seems a proposal is needed to move forward. I, Mr. Rosta Emez Esbark, would like to offer you the following. I am willing to offer you all 1,500 gold to go back to said lair, and offer you even more gold if you can apprehend Stallmouse, whoever may be at the top of this pyramid, and any evidence that connects them to these crimes. The more evidence you bring, the more I shall reward you. Secondly, I'd like to offer you a contract, similar to what we have with Nadar Northwind, who has served us and served us well. You would have your choice, of course, to align yourselves with special missions and special projects on behalf of the Empire, of course, with all of the amenities and toys that come with such a title. Are you familiar with the Cerberus Assembly?
Yes.
Only in the broadest of strokes.
I am along the lines of the Warforged as well.
Well, Ludinus here is the oldest and only original member of the Assembly, as well as the Master of Warfare and Conflict. They're charged with overhauling the military structure of the Dwendalian Empire. Ludinus even directed the construction of the garrisons on the Johassian border and often oversees their maintenance. They was one of the mages who survived the destruction of Molacer and fled to Bellest Hill. But they saw the opportunity to achieve greatness within the Empire and left their culture behind to continue their arcane pursuits. As the gnome kind of looks Lutinous over. They would be honored to take you on and direct you to such a way that would be advantageous for the Empire. They spend most of their time developing arcane weapons of war, shoring up the military might of the Empire. I'm sure they could give you a few special projects to help with them. Or the Cerberus Assembly doesn't tickle your fancy. And points over to Marshall. Marshall over here is a decorated veteran of the Imperial military. Served for nearly 20 years. A respected, highly respected soldier, a clever tactician who has been instrumental in the campaign against the Kryn dynasty. He's known to be stern, but is adaptable in the face of adversity. Risen through the ranks and even directly advises that the king dwindle on all military major actions. Currently, he's assigned to oversee the defense of the besieged eastern front of the Rock God garrison, but I summoned them both here, away from the battlefront lines to meet you personally. I hope you can respect what a great honor that is.
Yes.
Very much so.
Whatever brought you here before to Hupperduke does not interest me. What interests me and the Empire is working together to sustain order. Now, what say you to this? Can we work together for a greater good? Or be happy to pay you your 500 gold and you may carry on.
May I ask one question?
Yes.
Would moving forward and continuing to work for you, would that give us a level of renown?
Well, that's completely up to you, my dear. You can be as loud and bombastic as you like. I quite favor those type of personalities myself. Or you may work discreetly, in the shadows, as it were. And no one ever knowing your comings and goings with the Empire, if you so wish. I know that they would probably prefer that.
Well, I know the boisterous might suit your fancy, but the shadows keep us alive a little longer.
That they
The
do.
shadows keep us safe.
Fair words. My vote is we see what the shadows can do for us then.
I agree.
I'm definitely in favor of a partnership with the Cerberus Assembly.
And the rest of you looks over to Nebula, who's still adorned like Nadar, and Margot. What say you two?
Nebula is looking over the three of them, and can I make like an insight check?
Sure
Just
thing.
to, how does Nebula basically feel about the situation? That is a natural 20.
Natural 20. They are offering you
a job. They're offering you a contract to work with them on whatever they need you to work on. Will these be missions that are sinister in nature? Will these be missions of goodwill? I mean, that's really hard to determine. What you've known about the Empire and what you've heard, it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's wartime. There's tons of propaganda going all over the place on both sides. You've heard not so great things about the Empire and the way they do things sometimes. You've also heard things about the Grin Dynasty, and they don't do great things sometimes. Kind of a gray area. She is not offering you a permanent position. You are not being told to, like, you work for us from now until the end of time. Contract. Projects. Similar to Northwind. And that arrangement, you do have some experience in.
I'll look over to Margot.
Margot is going to just basically go. Margot's just going to say, my life is not a contract to sign over. My dealings, my coming and goings are my own choice and volition. Your offer does not interest me. Your job I will do, but I will not sign myself over to deal with any of your jobs if they do not suit my need.
And as you say that, the big hulking veteran male soldier with that gray knotted beard. I like this one. I like this one a lot. And Margot, you look over at that human male and instantly just his voice is like nails on a chalkboard. And you are trying so hard to compose yourself and not do anything too brash, but you are like tipping point, but you're able to.
But she'll just, in a very calm way, go, your compliments, while nice, mean nothing to me.
Jules is just.
So
Stop praying to every
I'll
god.
take that as a form of a yes from most of the compatriots, which in this instance, and we've got the human warrior, we've got an archmage.
A non-binary archmage wood elf.
Okay. And we've already said I don't get any weird vibes, right?
They're not from your from the spell that you cast. They're not fiend or anything like that. They are who they say they are.
Okay. The Nebula will walk forward towards the three of them. And as he approaches the gnomish woman who is offering gnome, right?
Mm-hmm.
As
Elderly gnomish woman.
As he approaches, he will shift into her form
Best boundary.
and extend a hand and say, "To new work."
To new work. Puts out her wrinkly old gnome hand. Shakes your wrinkly old gnome hand as you shake. Now, about which house you prefer to be associated with. I believe your Warforged friend said Cerberus. What say the rest of you?
Cerberus as well, I believe. I for one, I would like no direct association with the war.
Well, if you choose the Cerberus, you will be. Possibly. As we stated before, the Cerberus Assembly and
Lutinous here helps organize the military might on the Johassian border. Both Marshal, Ludin, are very much intertwined with the current war.
Yes, but at least it's not the front lines.
We shall see.
And Lutinous is the Archmage, right? I would also like to join the Cerberus, please.
All right. That's 3. Goes over back to Margot. Then Nebula.
I won't join anything. I will do my own business in the way that I see fit, and if that gets the job done along the way, then so be it.
You can structure it and state it however you like if that makes you feel better. And you? Looking at herself, basically.
What's not to love about a dog with 3 heads?
And as you say that, the veteran soldier Marshall just like has his side sword holding onto the gun. Oh god damn it! Slams on the ground. You choose the wrong person, my friends. This stupid little elf with all of her spells. She, they, whatever you want to say, they won't win wars. I win the wars. And then Ludinous just goes, flicks a wrist as a non-berry wold elf just like puts this ethereal dog collar around the veteran male, just goes, just this black and purple flaming spectral energy coming off of the hand. Now, I know we have had conflicts in the past, and we don't see eye to eye on the battlefield sometimes, but I would very much appreciate you don't talk that way to my new friends. The collar just dissipates.
Jules is gonna let her smiling visage drop for a moment and look him dead in the eyes and say, "It seems as though I have made the correct choice and you have proven that as so." And then is just gonna go back to her nice smiling front.
Hey Margot, they're as vicious as you are. You sure you don't want to join us?
Margot is just gonna send a message to Jules and be like, if you don't want this place on fire, tell Nebula to be quiet.
And as
I'm just gonna be like, Nebula, quit pressing Margot's buttons. And then just continuing to.
And as that happens, the veteran soldier, after he's done coughing, spells are nice from afar, but when I get nice and close, no spell's going to save you. And like saying that kind of starts to get up from being nailed up.
Hellish Rebuke might work quite nicely. I do have to say so myself.
In this moment, Nadar will step in front of Jules and just keep his head forward and not make eye contact, just breaking eye line between Jules and Marshall.
And then Marshall kind of gives a stare to Nadar as they both kind of lock eyes for a second as you put your head back up. And as you're doing that lock, Emma, Starosta Emma goes, now. I do love a good rabble as the next of them, but Marshall, it's been decided. Your assistance is no longer acquired. You may return back to the battlefield. Good. I wouldn't last another second in this fancy palace. And Ludinous just goes, flicks the wrist again, and a portal just emanates to the side of one of the waterfalls. This black and purple void opens up, It's like, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. His big broadsword falls on the ground. Gladly. Chainmail and plaid plate armor hitting on the ground and gets whisked away back to wherever he came from. As that happens, Mr. Rostema says, now, about that payment, why don't we start, and then all of a sudden, you all hear a very particular noise. Almost like metal, thin, spindly legs tapping against stone and metal. It's faint at first, and then starts to get louder. Louder. Then louder. As it sounds like it's coming from all sides. And then you see on either side of these little waterfalls that are coming out of this room, you see what appears to be mechanical spiders come out from these holes. And these things look like steampunk versions of spiders with bronze metal. And they all start to come out of the hole, and you see there's this weird spool of thread that should be where their thorax is. It's kind of on top of a metal thorax. And they have these looks like harpoons kind of sticking out from under their belly as they just all come out, and you just go, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden, they all fire at the same time. I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh no.
All right.
Hell yeah.
As the crown guard in the room and Emma's the archmage sitting next to Emma goes, behind me, Emma, behind me! And they all just stick to a corner and just all guard the governor all at once.
I rolled extraordinarily well for a paladin. 18.
Nice.
I'll join you on that 18, my friend.
Hey, good job.
Hey.
Aussie 18. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
The Aussies going, let's go.
Now, mind you, we have not taken a long rest yet.
Yeah.
You did take a
I
short
was-
rest earlier, though.
I would let the guest go first.
I was given an inspiration in the chat. I think I'm gonna use that now. How does that work exactly? Ender
The D4.
gave me an inspiration. A D4? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Add it to attack roll or ability check.
15. Okay, cool. That brings my ability, or my initiative up by 2. So I'm at 14.
Okay, and as we'll wait for Hales to come back, as Margot has technical difficulties as well. Everyone's got technical difficulties today. Okay, guys, so 25 to 20. 20 to 15.
18.
17.
So 18, 18, 17.
Nah, first.
15. Oh, wow, okay. So Saint and Odin, what's your dex scores?
0.
+3.
Okay, so Nadar going first, Saint second,
Quicker than a machine, what can I say?
and
He's a big metal boy.
so 18, 18, and Phelan, you got 17?
Yes.
Okay. And then Nebula, you got 15?
Yep.
Okay.
Margot got 17.
Margot got 17 as well. Oh, my God.
Dang. Everybody rolling high. Everybody
Everyone's
rolling high
rolling
except for
high.
Jules.
And then Jules,
14.
14, and then Kiddo Speck.
Oh, it's back.
Specky baby, no.
How many times can Spec die before he actually dies?
No! We're about to find out.
Let's test that limit.
That limit
Okay,
does not
but we've been
exist.
farther beyond.
So, Nadar, you being the quickest to react in this moment, you see these mechanical spiders start to emanate out of these waterfall holes. What do you want to do?
Okay, so can you stand on the same spot as someone or no? I forget.
You can occupy their same space.
I can?
You can't.
I can't. Okay.
You can move
Alright, well,
through. And,
yeah.
No issue.
Okay. Well, in that case,
You can move. Yeah, you can move through people in this room, but you can't be like on their same square kind of thing.
right. Alright, well, in that case, I'll step back here 15 feet, and I will take out my longbow and pull for a shot at the closest mechanical spider next
This one
to
right
Margot
here?
and yep, that one.
Okay. Roll
right.
hit, my friend. First combat roll on a stream for Odinson.
18 plus 7 to hit.
Oh,
Nice.
Go!
Nice.
So
uh,
it's,
Come back.
so
yeah,
it hits. All good.
I think that hits. Yeah, that's
Beautiful.
good.
As I do that, I will unsheath my arrow and pull it to its full extent and whisper, "Pierce their minds, my friend," and release my arrow. And I will use my beguiling arrow on that first spider.
Okay.
So that is an extra 2d6 damage.
Woo.
Could he make a dexterity, wisdom saving throw DC of 10 as well, please?
It sure can. It's 17.
17 saves. Okay, so it takes 8 piercing damage along with 10 psychic damage.
So how much damage total?
8 plus 7. And so 18 damage total.
18 damage. Okay. So that goes off. The rest of you just see Nadar kind of take position, and you've seen like his bow and his weapons, but like in no way did you think that he had any kind of like magical capabilities with his arsenal, as well as he just kind of instantly just goes into combat mode, takes out that arrow on the bow, and as he pulls back and knocks it, this light blue flame just like wreathes through the bow, and as he shoots the arrow kind of, before it gets knocked through, is normal arrow. Then when it gets pushed through the bow, the fire catches on the arrow and just gets jettisoned so instantly fast, almost like he's shooting a laser bolt out of the arrow, and just smashes that mechanical spider, not into complete pieces, but like blows off a few of the legs, makes a giant puncture in the main body as the arrow kind of goes to the other side and kind of dissipates into the air. And that one spider's coming out, goes the gears inside going like not able to move as steam and smoke is rising from it instantly. You did a critical hit to that thing. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I think I'm good. I've got nothing of excitement to do, so yeah.
Okay. After that is Galahad.
Hostiles detected.
Gonna start moving up.
As the
right.
eyes glow red,
Right.
going into combat mode.
Gonna take my longsword and just drive this thing into the spider right next to me right here.
The one that Nadar hit. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my inspiration just in case. D4, so that's 11 plus 2 plus 5. So 17? Is that how it works?
17 total. That
18.
hits. 18. That hits.
Yeah. So it'll be my D8 plus 5. 7 damage.
7 damage. So you
7
see that
slash.
shot from Nadar as these things are just crawling out. That one was the first one to get ahead of the other ones. You just saw legs started to come out of these holes. You see that shot get fired and just stunted, gears breaking. You just take your giant sword out. One giant swing as that dent becomes a cleaved spider as it falls to the ground. It is just absolutely destroyed as two halves of it just fall to the ground as the other 3 slowly start to come into view. You got one.
Nice.
Anything else?
Yep, I'm going to use my movement to position myself in between the next spider and the VIPs in the room.
Okay.
Just from a glance, can I tell how deep this water is?
This water is about 5 feet deep. It's not incredibly deep. It's not like you could dive under it or anything. It's like 5 feet or so.
All right, and those spiders are just on the walls right now?
Yeah.
All right, I will hold my position there and end my turn.
Okay. Up next, we got Balin.
Alrighty.
So again, arrow shot. Galahad smashes one into pieces, all taking positions.
I'm going to start running over to the little green dot homie right here. And I'm going to, as I'm running, take out my 2 daggers, and I'm going to try and slash at them with both of them. So one for my action and one for my bonus action, since they are both light weapons.
So you jump into the water?
Oh, are they in the water? Ooh, yes.
So right now there's a bit of a dip. So outside of this platform, there's a bit of a 5-foot dip. And then where these openings are, it's kind of 10 feet up from there if you're sitting in the water.
Ooh, so they are up higher than me. My bad. I am then going to instead of the water, stay right here, however, and I will instead pull out my short bow, and as I pull that and aim it over at this spider up there still.
Okay.
And, try and hit it. So we will see how that rolls out. Ooh, baby. Not very well at all. That's a 10 to hit.
10 misses.
Yeah.
As you go.
I don't have inspiration is probably not going to help, so I'm not going to roll that. But yeah.
So as you go over, you're kind of trying to get you're going to go for your daggers, and you're like, shit, it's on the wall, and you go for your bow, but you kind of slip a little bit on the floor as the water kind of sprayed from the waterfall a bit on there. And you kind of go for a shot, and go, oh shit! You just got bing, hits the side wall as a spider comes more into view, crawling out of that hole.
Yeah, that's my turn.
That's your turn. Okay. After that, we have Margot.
Margot is going to do a quick span across the room and just wave her hand in front of her and create 3 mini scorching rays.
Okay.
And she is going to lob them at each individual one in the corner. So one is going to go to one each.
Okay, 3 shots.
Yep, so let's see here. That is a 15 on that one.
So 15, let's say 15 on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll hit.
That misses. That's like a 2.
2?
Yeah.
That misses that one. Okay.
Ooh, and that is a 22.
22. All right. So 2 out of 3. Roll damage.
Dope.
As you all start taking fire, all taking shots at these mechanical spiders, feeling going out. Hits off. Margot, flame instantly, red dark flame coming out of the hands, firing at all 3.
All right. That is 10 damage.
10 damage to the first one.
And then let's see here.
Got this.
6 damage to the other.
And 6 to the other. Okay. Not bad. Again, kind of going up. Fire. A bit of fire goes off to the one spider. Hits it right in the front. It wasn't fully out of the hole yet. It did get a bit of a brunt, but kind of shunned it back into the hole as it kind of hits a big brunt of it. One of the legs kind of becomes broken a bit, but then comes back into fixed view. But there's some singeing burn marks on the metal. Very, very hot. Steam kind of rising out of it. There's a big sort of black mark on the wall. That's pristine, clean wall. And now it's a big black burn mark on it as it kind of shuns it back in the hole for a bit as it slowly starts to come back out again. You go to make for a second one, but you slip a bit on that same water that Phelan slipped on. He's like, oh! And you just kind of fire wildly as it hits the wall, missing the spider. You immediately just turn around, hit another scorching ray, hitting that other mechanical spider. Same thing, pushing it back into the hole in the wall a bit. big black mark on the side, scorched on the cement surface, but again, starting to come back out a little bit. All frantic. Anything else you'd like to do?
Nah, set things on fire is kind of the name of the game for me, so I think I'm good.
As you stand there with your hands wreathed in red flame, we come to the spiders. So they are going to make 2. Yeah, they're going to make 2 attacks each.
Oh no.
So this one over here is you see that little harpoon that was kind of underneath its mechanical steampunk forged belly, this big long razor sharp blade attached to like a thin needle on the side with a bit of the thread kind of connected to this big spool above its abdomen, kind of starts to fully come out of the wall and kind of comes up from here, goes, starts to climb up the wall a bit, turns around, lifts with its hind legs, fires with the harpoon as another one from under it kind of replaces it, fires 2 of them. And this one's going to try to hit Phelan here.
What's up, buddy?
I'm in danger.
Heard you needed a new piercing.
So first one is 16.
That hits.
And the second one is a 23.
Oh my. Oh my. I just said that I'm gonna die.
So this will be D8 of damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Also in the back, she's like, yes,
You take 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay. My con save was a natural 1.
Oh, buddy.
Oh no.
Guys, should we all just pitch in $2 to get Moose?
I feel like we should, yeah.
At this point, I'm willing to Amazon DoorDash you. Like, what do you need, bud?
Bro, I'll just
Those-
make out of dice.
Those harpoon-like weapons fire from the one spider. Phelan kind of missing with that shot, kind of takes the time to make sure their footing is proper. As they put their head up, these little harpoon pin needles hit them right in the chest. And you feel this pain just seeping from these needles as your muscles tense up and you freeze in place. You are paralyzed.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
You get to repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. But you are just frozen.
At the end of my turn. Okay.
Then this guy over here is going to make a shot at Nadar.
Dang it.
So these are going to be 2 harpoon needles.
In the back
Same
line,
with
did
the
you?
last one. That is going to be a 14
Miss.
and a unnatural 20.
It might tickle.
All right, so this will be piercing damage.
Yep.
You take 6 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
+4, not bad. 15 plus 4, so 19.
You are not paralyzed as the spiders start to emanate from their holes, lift those hind legs, those little harpoons, fire out. You try to block it with your, try to get your blade out to block this. Right now you just have your arrow. Try to kind of go for it, maybe go for a shot with the arrow to deflect it, but in the confusion, they both hit you in the chest. Kind of take a step back, able to pierce in between your armor, and you feel that same pulse start to take over your body, but your muscles start to seize. And you just fight it off, start to do big stretches, get some heavy breathing as you felt this kind of feeling before, just pumping you up more, enraging you to take these things out as your dragonborn nature starts to take over, coming from your calm, cooled visage, being more a bit intense and rage-filled like Margot. Okay, third one is going to climb down and go for the kobold.
Not my baby!
No! And this is going to be 2 attacks with its trimming blade.
That's not terrifying.
So first one. Whoops.
Whoops, he's dead.
Not 20.
Hey.
Oh no! Oh,
And that's the first attack.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You did not.
I'm really sorry.
Oh my!
That was just one shot.
Whoops. Well, well, let's see what happens there. So
Left but a fucking speck.
this, so for crits, for the audience at home, for crits, we don't do double damage because that can just slow things down. We do, sorry, double dice. We do double damage instead, just to speed things up. So this is going to be 2d6 times whatever 2 damage it does, times 2 of that. So the first one is 14 plus.
Plus, I am.
That was only first attack.
14 plus 12.
I don't even have that much health.
I think that's
26 points
Oh
of
my-
damage.
Speck is gone. Speck is a speck of dirt.
Of paste, of mist.
Speck is taking a dirt nap.
Just got to check something really quick here.
I'm gonna
There are
need
no
some
witnesses,
water
fam.
after this one, Jesus.
Is that more than double his hit points? His
That's
max
what
hit
I'm,
points?
that's what I'm about to check.
Don't worry, guys. I got this for spec. We'll be alright.
We have a cleric. Oh no, we don't have a cleric. I'd shoot arrows, man. I'm sorry.
Fuck, I wasn't ready for this. I'm not used to tragedy. Baby.
I swear to God, did you just kill our little dude in a single move, no questions asked?
You see this thing, because you, Phelan as well, are currently paralyzed. This spider
So you have to watch this
crawls
happen.
down the floor and all this commotion, fireballs being shot, arrows being shot. Speck like has his little dagger like,
Oh.
Phelan, you okay? What's wrong? And then the spider just through the chest
Oh.
and just and then raises him up off the ground. And then the spider legs go through further up and go through the head. The legs come down. Speck falls directly down to the ground beside you. As you just see tears stream down Phelan's face as he is frozen in place, witnessing his kobold pass on.
Was that double?
That was more than double.
Fuck.
Okay, so after that
Now that we're
Yo.
done with that,
is Nebula.
Yo. Yo.
I would like
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
God.
I am sorry.
Yo.
That just happened, and you can't revive him. He is perma-dead.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So Nebula, you as Emma, the Starosa Emma, see all this happen as all this is happening all simultaneously.
Yeah, okay. So also, I realized I should have moved my character because I would have been directly in front of Emma to shake her hand.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter movement-wise in this room. So that spider's on the ground, right? It is where Spec was?
It's sort of, so it's kind of in melee with him from an adjacent side. But with Spec gone, it would have sort of taken over its spot.
Cool. So I'm going to immediately advance on that location. Now, that paralysis that's currently affecting Phelan, that's not a poison of any sort. That's like a...
It's paralyzed. It's just an agent that it causes to paralyze him.
Okay. Then yeah, Nebula's not going to say anything. Like, he watches that happen to Spec, and he's going to dart at that thing and withdraw a dagger and stab at it.
Okay.
That's a 14.
14 just misses.
Okay. And then is going to follow up with two-handed fighting with his other dagger. And that is a 16.
16 just hits. Roll damage. As Phelan's still there, just body jittering, trying to move, but he can't. You go up with your dagger. Still in the gnome form, go for a stab. It kind of darts out of the way, and you're able to kind of weave it into your other direction as you go for a hit.
And I land max damage, 10 damage.
10 damage with an unarmed strike?
With a dagger.
The dagger, sorry. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the two-weapon fighting.
Gotcha. So you kind of go in for a slash. You're able to kind of manipulate it to where you want it. You just haymaker it right off the side, get that dagger into its metal body, kind of reeve it up the side, making this big line across it. Take it out. It's kind of the grinding gears, squealing and screeching. Anything else you'd like to do?
That is gonna be... Yeah, that's it.
Okay. After that, we come to Jules, witnessing Spec go down. Friends frantically running all over the place, trying to shoot these things down. You see Phelan frozen in place. What'd you like to do?
Jules is going to take a step in this direction, and she's going to cast Hex and place a curse on the spider that killed Spec. So now I deal extra damage when I am going to fire off my Eldritch Blast, because Hex is a bonus action.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit him with a blast.
Blast him. Blast him good.
Right. Go blast him. Anyways, so I started blasting.
So I says to him, I blast him.
Spell range. And that's a 10 plus my spell attack, which is 7. So 17.
17 to hit. That hits.
Yeah. All right. So that's a D10 plus my charisma modifier for the base damage without the hex. That's 3 plus 5, so 8 damage. And then with the hex, there is an extra D6 of necrotic, which will be 4, so 12 damage total. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this thing, you go over to it. You see Nebula able to get a good break of damage and wreathe it around the metal body. You kind of seeing Margot with those red flamed hands, you just kind of walk over, seeing that the kobold goes down. You don't raise your hands yet, but those eyes just flicker and...
Jules, as they go to cast this spell, they pull out the spell component of a newt's eye, and it erupts in that spectral flame that they typically have, and the bodies of the people and the image. almost messed up there. And the images of the spectral people behind them appear as this spectral magic just circles around them as they cast this eldritch blast at this spider and hit them with a hefty amount of damage as a spectral skull shoots out and hits him.
So as you're walking towards those spectral entities swirling around, those green spectral flames coming out of the eye sockets, you just raise a hand and you see the spectral flame kind of leave from the eye socket, go through the arm like someone rocketing through a water tunnel. And these blasts just emanate with these spectral skulls and just open up their jaws and just fire right into the big mark that Nebula had made, making that sort of metal cut go open up like a big crater on the side. Hits it down, but you see the legs are still twitching a little bit as it's trying to slowly get up. Almost there, but still standing just on the thread.
Jules is also gonna look and see if the
Archmage, yeah.
Yeah, the Archmage, if they have taken note of this magic.
Right now, their number one priority is protecting Emma Starosta. They're kind of just like looking at all the spiders and just like has that dark black and purple energy just swirling from their hands and just looking around and just not noticing at this point. They're too obsessed with their own thing. Okay. After that, there you are. Anything else?
No. That'll be all.
Okay. After Jules is nobody. So at the top is Nadar again.
All right.
Go.
Okay. Nadar is going to move up next to Galahad and tap him on the shoulder, saying, "Go help the others. Let the dragons handle this. Lady Dragon, if you will." And he will breathe in, and his chest will begin to glow orange at peek through the top of his armor, and he will hold his breath weapon attack for when Margot attacks also.
All right. So you see Nadar kind of come from the front of the room to the back with all of you. Take position. You just see this big breath in as you see this light orange glow kind of emanate through pieces of the armor, like there's a sunlight emanating and from the chest going, just looking like it's about to come up through the chest cavity into the throat, taking that time to focus as Nadar waits there. Anything else?
That will be it. Just telling Galahad to go help the others and waiting for Lady Dragon to assist.
Okay. And as we come to Galahad, you'll notice 2 of the Crown's Guard burst through the doors, opening them up. Spiders at the entrance! Spiders everywhere! Protect the governor! Get her out of here! Get her out of here! And they're just shouting. There's something else happening out of the building, and they are just going into escape mode. Galahad, what would you like to do?
Understood.
Galahad's going to take his movement. 5, 10, 15. Move past the frozen Phelan, jumping into the water and just going right after this last spider.
Okay.
We're gonna cheeky. That's a it's a 9.
9 will miss.
That's all for me. I think I'm out of spell slots.
That's all for you? Okay. As you go, try to swing it with your sword. You kind of jump into the water. Again, you didn't realize how deep it really was. It just kind of like off your game a bit. You go for a big strike, go down a bit longer than you thought, and you just smash against the concrete walls. The spider darts to the side. After that, we come to Phelan. So roll your Constitution saving throw.
Well, now that's much better. That's a 19 plus 1 for an unnatural 20.
You see Galahad swing, ka-ching, deflect off the wall. Suddenly your muscles start to unseize and you fall to the ground next to...
I let out I know my turn is over, but I'll let out a guttural scream as I fall to the ground, he said, right next to the body of Speck.
Buddy.
Ah!
And with that crumpled up metal spider still twitching next to him with that big open wound. After that cry, you all hear from Phelan. We're about to come to Margot when the Crown's Guard and the Archmage, we got to get out of here! We got to get out of here! Rushes her out of the door to about the outside of the waiting area here. And Margot.
You see Margot nod at Nadar, and then you see what looks like blue tendrils emanating from her chest, right where her heart is, and it snakes up her blood as it reaches her face. You just hear her yell, "My name is Her Majesty Margot, descendant of the original Red Dragon. You would do well to remember it." And then releases a kaiju-level scream as red-hot blue flames emanate from her throat at the crab in front of her.
And the dog will release his breath weapon as well.
So right at this guy here?
Yep.
So at that same time, you hear Margot say those words, and Nadar looking over, and it's like the combination of Godzilla and the T-Rex from Jurassic Park just both wailing into the night sky. And this bright orange flame and dark red flame just come from these two Dragonborn, like giant flamethrowers. Is it a roll to attack, I believe?
It's a dex save 12 on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, dex save 12 on my end,
Dex
too.
saves, okay. Well, this guy's pretty nimble. Let's see here.
First spec.
First one's an 11, so that'll fail.
First spec.
Second one is a 13.
So
You take
it'll
full
still
damage.
take half. Yeah.
Take half damage.
You take full damage, I'll take half.
Okay.
Okay.
So roll all your damage and I'll tally it all together.
That is an 8 on my end.
10 on my end, reduced to 5.
So a 5 and an 8, Margot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one hasn't taken much damage. So that's a 13 altogether.
Dice. Since I held my action, would I be able to bonus action surge?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a bonus action, is it? It's just it's a special.
The feature.
Yeah.
Is it not a bonus action?
It's not a bonus action. It's a feature. So
It's a feature.
if that
So
spider's still walking, I'll release an arrow behind the flame as well.
Yeah, read out the ability so
Yeah,
everyone knows what it does.
You take one additional action on your turn, so it's past my turn. So
Yeah, unfortunately.
yeah,
But still, you both say those words, that loud roar comes out. The combined flame of the bright orange and the dark red kind of mixes into a lightish orange and red, almost sunset-y color as you just bolt at this thing. Just breathe on it. And
Hold on. So I imagine, because when flame gets so hot, it turns blue. So what if we did like a blue and red spiral, like as it shoots forward?
Oh, right. Sorry, my mistake. So yeah, the flame that you came from was like a bright blue, like Godzilla breath level weapon. Comes through, mixes in with that red and the orange to make this just swirl of bright blue, orange, and dark red. Just swirl like a fire tornado just simmering on this thing. And as it comes out of the hole, it's just having a hard time grepping onto the wall as you've just seared its metal so hot. Its metal is no longer bronze. Half of its arms have melted off. It is just dripping into the water as steam rises from it. And it's got 2 legs that are trying to hold on to the wall. And it falls onto the water as the steam just bubbling from the hot metal just rises from the water. As you look over, it's still twitching. Its legs are still kind of freaking out, but you did an incredible amount of damage, so good job there. So after Margot, we come to the spiders once more. As these things make their move. This one on the floor is going to try to make 2 attacks against Nebula, as it just using whatever life it has left just to just viciously attack whatever is nearby. It's going to make 2 attacks with the trimming blade. First one is a 16.
Which does not hit.
16 doesn't hit. Second one is 21.
That'll hit. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. If I did 2-weapon fighting, that means I don't have my shield on. So.
Yes.
So 16 would hit because tie goes to roller.
Okay. So this will be 2 hits on ya. So 13 points of slashing damage plus 10 points of slashing damage. As these legs just burst down and go and just slash at your legs, trying to take you down with whatever life it has left.
Woo, yikes.
And as it hits Nebula's legs, which in your gnome form actually is more like at your abdomen because you're at that height level. So as it goes in, starts slashing wildly, actually hits your abdomen. You just like didn't really expect that. You're kind of judging distance from your new form is a little hard to do like right at first. So you kind of try to move out of the way, but it's just not enough with your little legs, and you get stabbed a couple times. Ah! After that spider, come to this one as it climbs along the wall.
Hit me.
It's going above you.
Oh no.
Oh.
The walls are about 10 feet up as it makes its way outside
Oh no.
and is trying
That's
to
not
follow
good.
whoever went outside last. Yeah, so it goes about here.
Jules,
This-
remember your ring.
And this one, you kind of just see it kind of jittering in the water, slowly starts to climb out of the water onto solid ground as the 2 of you, the 2 Dragonborns, looking at it, slowly just going with only 2 legs working. Its body is just like melted basically. As it fell into the water, its melted metal spider body just like formed into like melted candle wax. It barely resembles anything like a spider anymore as the water solidified whatever melted heat metal it was before. There's just 2 little spindly legs working. As it slowly crawls out, you just think this thing's dead. And you go to like knock an arrow Nadar, and you just in classic spider form just ricochets fast towards you with whatever life it has left and goes to make 2 attacks.
That's not terrifying.
So the first one is an 11.
Miss.
Natural 20
Definitely hits.
on the second one. So this one is going to be, I got 22 points of slashing damage.
22 points exactly.
Yeah.
Nadar falls.
Uh-oh. That's
As
not
you-
great.
As this thing, as he goes to knock an arrow, just took his time, not thinking it had any life left. Just did not expect the spider to have the explosion of movement it has, and it just leaps forward with its 2 pincer legs, able to get them in between the plate armor, and it just painfully falls down, not expecting the hit to be so severe.
I am unconscious.
Rip.
Quick, Corso, now's your chance.
It's time, Corso.
Finish him.
After that, we come to Nebula.
All right, yeah, Nebula's not fucking having it. Dagger response. And that's going to be a 21 to hit this thing in front of me.
21, it hits.
And that is going to be...
Take it out. Take it out.
It's going to be
End
7 damage.
7 damage.
Yeah.
You go to hit with your dagger.
Yeah.
You just hit it as you kind of fumble a bit with the big stabbed wounds from its legs. You grab its leg and just break it off and just stab it with whatever brain this metal spider has. It just goes and just stops dead in its tracks,
And
holding that stab wound.
Without any hesitation, within the 20 feet radius, takes his other dagger and immediately sails it at the second one.
Okay, roll to hit.
That is an 18.
An 18 hits. Roll damage.
And I believe this one does not add the modifier.
No, this is just a straight roll.
Just the damage roll of 3.
3 points of damage.
Yes.
So with the little female elderly gnome body that's kind of holding in a gut shot, you see this mirror version of Starosta Emma, this old gnome, break off the leg of a spider, stab it, making it lifeless, then with its other hand take a dagger and throw it across the room and stabs the spider right in place. 2 spindly legs as you just fling it off of Zadar's body. As it stuck its legs into it, you fling your dagger and it's able to hit it right off of him as it snails towards the wall. Dead.
Okay, we are not out of combat based on the situation we are in. Or at least some shady shit is going on, obviously. With my free action, because I used my bonus action, with my free action, I can heal myself, but how's everyone else doing?
I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
Hold on, Margot actually for once shows concern and goes over to Nadar to pick him up.
Yeah, I'm out cold. Like,
Yeah, okay. And Galahad, you didn't take any. Phelan, did you take damage?
I am fucked, yes.
Sure.
But I am currently I'm focusing on at least Beck and making sure that he's not dead, but he's very dead, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Get the dead one first.
Okay, well, if we're still in combat, I just wanted to know where everyone was at, and Galahad, can you attend to Nadar? And that's the end of my turn.
Understood.
Okay. Shouting that, tending to those stab wounds in their gut, we come to Jules.
Now that Nebula has so graciously handled that other spider that I had previously cursed, I can use my bonus action this turn to move the curse to this spider out here. One thing I forgot is that the target also has disadvantage on ability checks of a chosen ability of my choice, and that's going to be strength, because what I'm going to do is step here, and I'm going to cast Arms of Achaidh as spectral tentacles shoot out from Jules and attack this last spider.
All right.
It needs to make a strength saving throw, which I don't know if that counts for its disadvantage on ability checks for the strength or not, but
The saving throw, if it says it has
Yeah.
disadvantage on,
disadvantage on ability checks of a chosen ability, which is strength.
yeah,
And
so you're trying to grapple it?
It's the Arms of Achaidh, which is a strength saving throw.
Right, so this would have disadvantage then.
Yeah.
Okay. 4.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna. So on a failed save, the target takes 2d6 necrotic damage plus the third d6 due to the hex, and it won't be able to take a reaction until its next turn. So let me roll that damage. That's a 6, 3,
Nice.
and a 2, so 11 damage.
11 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you go to attack this thing. So I just want to make sure you don't have it grappled, correct? You're just attacking it with
No.
tendrils? Okay.
It's just attacking it with tendrils. Yep.
Okay. So you rush over, and again, those spectral figures, this time kind of coming out of the room a little bit. You kind of are less worried about your looks and what's going to be revealed, and you just kind of like whisper, "Yeah, damn." And these spectral images come out, and these arms all come out of these bodies. There's about like 3 or 4 so that emanate behind you, and their arms kind of go out like this and just go and just turn into like octopus tentacles from that greenish spectrally ghost its visage. Try to grab it on the wall as it climbed up and was about to leap off. You grab it midair, slam it on the ground, just start slashing it open as you start tearing at its metal body, bending legs backwards, smacking that spool off. The spectral tendrils kind of weave invisibly inside and ripping panels and metal bronze parts and just ripping this thing apart as about 6 spectral tentacles are just lashing at this thing as you're just standing there with your arms glowing and your eyes glowing that spectral green. But as all the tentacles come back into you with sparking, gears grinding, but it's like just still just barely holding on.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay. I'm gonna just take my movement speed to move to the other side of it.
Okay.
Circle around it.
Jules, make a perception check for me.
Okay. That's a 7 plus 2, so 9.
Okay. Good to
This is
know.
why I'll be taking the observant.
Good to know.
when I
That's
level
never
up.
good to know.
Remember how you were laughing at Nebula for not seeing in the dark?
After Jules, we come to Hadar.
I'll
roll.
roll my first death save, dude.
Death save.
That's a nat 1.
Holy
I
shit.
believe you lose 2, right?
I do.
Yeah.
We can't kill
So
Odin from
as
this first.
Nadar is on the ground, those wounds seem to be a lot more fatal than you realize. And as he's just like, I'm fine. He tries to get out and go, and just falls back down as orange blood starts seeping through cracks of the armor. And a little bit of blood starts coming out of his dragonborn mouth.
It's bad, guys.
Struggling to get up.
Oh no!
After that, we come to Galahad.
I can't let the young Aussie die. It's not allowed. All right.
Leave
Right,
no
so
Aussie
I
behind.
gave you a damn job, okay?
I've got a job to do. So Galahad's going to stride over 5, 10. Oop, I moved Phelan. Sorry, bud. 15, 20. Okay. Gonna lean down. Say,
You're going to be all right. Lay on hands for
10 points of
10 points.
anti-damage.
Thank you for the anti-damage damage.
Daddy is back on the field.
Oh, fuck.
Got that all you know.
Let's go!
You see this huge, tall warforged slide over on the immaculate gold ground as his metal body sparks against the gold ground as he slides over to Nadar, the hands ready to go as radiant energy just start to shock and sparkle as he takes his hands and, like a defibrillator, just pump a bunch of healing energy into him as Nadar looked like he was just about to black out. Starts to awaken as the blood that was crawling down his mouth and seeping out his armor starts to retract and go back inside of him.
No, blood stays in the body.
Nadar will grab Galahad behind the head. Thank you, my friend.
Not done yet.
Okay.
And
You
then
see
with my
Nadar-
last 5 feet of movement, I'm gonna just go. There you go.
As you start to make yourself go towards the door. After that, we come to Phelan. You see Nadar getting revived up from Galahad.
I am.
You hear the
going
sparks
to-
and crackling of the spider outside the room.
Oh God! I'm going to take one last look at Speck on the ground, and then I am going to start moving outside as I take. Oh, come on, buddy! You can move. There we go. That will be 5, 10, 15, right? 20, 25, and I have 30. I'm gonna try and walk into here and see if there's anybody around.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Boop, that is terrible. All right, so perception, and that'll be a 11 for me.
An
I'm
11.
also actually gonna roll an inspiration point.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's a 4. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
15. Oh, Goat, I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, a 15.
Boost. 15. That's what you needed. So
Oh thank God.
you run out of the door. You kind of see the spider that's just kind of flickering and like barely clinging to life as Jules kind of over it, whipping it with these spectral tentacles. You kind of run past. You're like, it's fine. She got this. And then you run out of the room and you make out something at the other end of the courtyard.
Oh no.
And it's
God.
hard to believe at first, quite frankly, because you're never really seen anything like this.
Oh no.
But you take a second look and you see way at the other end of this map, if you zoom out a bit, you see 4 more of those spiders, and you see a knocked out Skins being dragged by this humongous construct that looks like a metal hellhound made of black and silver armor. This onyx looking metal with silver lining attached to it all over the place. And it's got Skins on the shoulder with its metal mouth and is dragging it out of the room.
Wait.
Cool.
Holy crap.
Okay. So for my action then, I am going to go ahead and this time not taking any chances, take my dagger out and aim it at it as I cast Magic Missile. It seems like it is 105 feet away, and Magic Missile is 120 feet range.
There you go.
Pew, pew, pew. So I'm gonna do that and cast all three of the missiles at the giant homunculus creature.
Okay.
And that will be 3d4 for me. Okay.
Damn.
And hopefully that's some good d4s because, please. Oh,
Think
nice!
guns,
You
the
can
best.
use, 4, so that'll be a 10 points plus 3. That'll be 13 points of force damage.
13 points of force damage. Okay. So the rest of you aren't witnessing this, but you can clearly hear Phelan's been like, what the? What? And you just hear this. Similar to the fireworks spell, similar to the fireworks that you heard earlier in Hupperduke, with a strange whistling with a low hum to it. So you hear but at the same time, it's a weird combination of sounds. And then you just hear this pop, 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 pop outside of the room. And you see, Phelan, those missiles kind of, you flick them out with your dagger and they swirl all around in this sort of green, blue, and yellow lights as they all simultaneously swirl and are able to hit this metal construct hellhound in the middle of these spiders kind of guarding it all sides. That's what you hear as that hits it.
I'm also going to yell out, they're taking skins! Before I use my bonus action to go ahead and dash.
Okay.
As well. And I'm going to run forward 30 more feet, which I guess I could have done that earlier, but that's fine. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's where I'm going to end my turn.
All right there. Then after Phelan, we got Margot.
So, Margot just sees Nadar almost basically die in front of her. And I needed to take a minute, because even out of character, I was sweating.
You're fine.
I'm fine.
Okay. Brain, please connect the dots here. Genuine anxiety. Okay. So she is going to basically say, right, like locking eyes with Nadar, I will not lose another, and run out the door. And she is basically, let's see here, what do? Oh jeez. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what I should do here for maximum flavor.
Yeah. Flavor is important.
Flavor is so important. I have to be flavorful. Don't take that out of context.
I must be flavorful. The most flavored.
Oh jeez.
The most unique bag of Dorito chips.
Sorry, because my computer being old and mean and crappy, I am attempting to load Roll20 on my iPad to give me some to like see what I can work with here. But
So currently, from where you are, just outside of that meeting room, if you're talking about range from where you currently are to where the hound is, you are looking at 115 feet. From where you currently are. You move probably about 10, 15 feet to get out of that room currently.
Okay, because I know for a fact Jules is just gonna gank that spider. I know for a fact I can trust my girl Jules.
Nadar thought that too, just saying.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
Ow, that one hurts.
That was a little under the belt, but okay. She is going to lob another 3 rounds of Scorching Ray right at the dog.
How far of a...
120 feet.
Oh shit, really?
Mm-hmm.
So the dog currently has 2 spiders behind it, blocking it.
Alright, then I'm gonna aim for those spiders.
Okay.
Well, is there any way that I can move closer to get a better angle? Sorry, I'm trying to like load it.
Yeah. So what's your movement speed currently?
Let's see here.
Like all together, because right now you moved about 15.
30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. So let's see. So you move 30 feet. I can tap on this. 5, 10, 15. So we get you about there. That'll make that 100 feet. Tell you what, I'm gonna let you make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Or no, just a dexterity check. At disadvantage, because it's a very long shot.
Okay.
If you can get past the DC in my head, I'll let it so you can kind of like lob it.
Okay, so that's an 18 on that one. 16 on that one.
Okay. So your dex, what's your dex mod?
So my dex mod is +1.
So 17.
Yeah.
You beat it. So
Oh,
Nice.
you're gonna kind of look at this thing, and as it's like pulling skins away, that flame starts emanating from your hand as you just kind of sizing up the distance. As you know, if you just go for a straight shot, it's gonna hit the spider, and you just lob it in a diagonal direction to see if you can hit it. So roll to hit.
okay, so let's see here. Sorry, I'm like doing that nervous thing where I'm like hitting buttons because I don't know what to do with my hands.
It's all good.
Okay, so 2d6 per each lob, and then I need to roll to see if okay, let's see here. Roll to hit. That's a nat 20. That's a nat 20 on that one. That's a nat 20. That's a nat 20. That's a nat 20.
Let's go!
Holy shit. Okay.
Ah!
Even
Okay, I'm actually
further.
really sweating right now. Okay.
Ugh.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Woo. Okay, and that is a 16.
16.
And then that is a 12.
Both hit. Roll damage.
Yes!
Okay, so that is 10 damage.
On all of them?
No, so I did 6 on one and then 4 on the other. For the
Oh.
2 successful ones.
So what was the first one, sorry?
The first one was 4 damage, and then the second one was 6 damage.
So 4 on the crit, so that'll be doubled to 8. And then the second one was, sorry?
6.
6. Okay. Third one?
Third one. 5.
5. Okay. 8, 6, and 5. $19 points of damage. Whew. So once again, you hear, those of you inside the room just hear Margot flames erupting from their hand. They judge the distance, trying to pull this thing away. The first one smashes it right in the head and lets go of skins for the moment as another one, and just barely being able to see the dark metal, the black onyx metal adorned with that silver, start to burn with bright orange, blue, like flame cinder marks from you hitting it, scorching in the head and on the other parts of the body. It just starts to squeal in pain, and then kind of, and then you just hear steam coming out of its joints as it seems to be going in some sort of mode as its limbs starts to extend as the dog-like legs separates, and you can see coils interacting between the joints, making it more limber and faster. As it takes that hit, it grabs skin, and the other two spiders start to run out the room. I'm so sorry that your internet froze, Margot. As combined with the spiders now helping this hellish metal hound. As the hound took some hits, it changed to a different mode with its legs extending. The spiders all getting underneath skins, helping it lift across the floor, and with whatever life is left in the hellhound, grab Skins by the leg as the group of them are able to run out of the room and carry him out of the governor's mansion. So with that,
Damn, I was about to do something too.
Had a plan, dude.
they went on the Spider's initiative. So with all their combined movement and strength scores, they were able to take it out in quite a speedy fashion. And Phelan, as you're kind of running across the courtyard, you just see him getting pelted with those scorching rays, as the cameras have probably moved all over the place again, but that's okay. As you see it get pelted with scorching rays, and it sort of transforms its legs into this weird form that's able to kind of get away a bit faster, and it pounces away with all the spiders and leaves the room, and you kind of just stop in mid-run and kind of put your head down. You take a second to catch your breath.
We need to and I'll look back as I try and catch my breath and see if any of the other peeps have caught up.
You see Jules kind of doing the final kill blow to that metal spider as those spectral tendrils kind of reach in to all the slashing damage they've done and rip it in two. The tendrils just toss it to the side. Those humanoid spectral energy goes back into her body. Margot, not that far from you as well, as you saw her lob those scorching rays. But the other party still remaining inside that meeting room.
I'm going to start walking back, as I know I'm no match for these creatures by myself.
Okay. Start to walk back. I assume you guys just all go back into the meeting room to regroup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to Speck's body, and if his eyes are open, close them.
Kind of walk over as you see Galahad kind of lifting the Dar up, making sure he's okay, grasping that wound that he took. Go over to Speck's body as they're just eyes open, 2 holes in their chest, 2 holes at their head. Just go over to them and close their eyes as they lay to rest.
He might have not lived a long life, but he sure did try to enjoy it.
I am sorry for your loss. Truly.
Thank you. Once we get a moment, I'll find a nice little forest spot for him to lay him to rest. But these spiders will not. They will not find rest. They will not have a day's peace. When we find them, they will end in pieces. Them and whatever creature they had with them.
Hey, Dice, can I check out one of the corpses of the spiders? Do I recognize the design, the build, anything?
Make a investigation check at advantage.
I'm not good at them, but thank God it's advantage. Nat 20 and a 4. I can show you my webcam if you like.
Do it. I love seeing Nat 20s on a webcam.
All right. Where is it? So you got the 4 there.
Yeah.
And the Kraken Nat 20 there.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So you go over to one of the split spider bodies that's left over, still holding that wound, just trying to shake off that battle. Kneel down, pick up the discarded spider body and look it over. It's an intricate designs, part gold, part bronze, very hella like gears and clockwork steampunk look to it. That spool of thread at the top of the thorax. And you look it over. And the design work, the metallurgy, the way it's crafted. This looks very similar to the designs of an engineer that you know.
Stolhast.
Yes, we've already started getting the proof of him, or this being his work.
This is definitely along the lines of his work. I've worked alongside him in expeditions before, and that's what he's good at.
Well, he won't be good at it for long.
Not if we can do anything about it.
I don't understand. And Nebula will start taking his true form again as he heals himself with lay on hands. And he's still not doing great, but he's not, on death's door here. And Nebula, I don't understand. They invaded this compound like they knew we were here immediately. But also, were they after skins or the old gnome?
I don't understand why those have to be mutually exclusive.
Should make sure that
Why?
the governor is all right.
But why is skins so important?
Well,
This is
Skins-
twice now.
Skins tried to kill our friend because he didn't want anybody left behind. So maybe that's what they're trying to do this time. Maybe they were trying to kill him, or
But they made sure to remove skins, not kill her.
yes.
I assume she's a valuable asset considering her strength. However, you do make a fair point.
I
Seems-
feel like there's something we don't know about our target.
Maybe she's someone integral to whatever creature they are creating. Maybe it can't be piloted without her.
Or perhaps our higher ranking now will allow us access to more information that they may have not previously told us as new recruits.
And where the hell did they go? We know they can port. Why leave on foot?
Maybe
Perhaps as a safe room.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. I don't know.
Either way, we should likely check on the governor and the archmage, ensure that they are safe, and also to check back in with them on what on earth we're supposed to be doing.
Indeed. I'll carry Speck again as we walk out.
Go over to Speck. Lift him up. His lifeless body. Put him over your shoulder. And start to walk out into the courtyard. Many questions left unanswered. But hopefully now, with your new connections, you might be able to get those answers you're looking for. And that's where we're going to end the session, everybody.
Oh, my lordy. That's hardcore.
Ah, damn.
Kevin,
Boy,
Odin
oh
almost
boy.
died in his first D&D stream.
It was
No,
close.
Wow.
It's fine. We've got emergency AEDs on board.
Hell yeah.
Welcome
Tell
to
the
a
story,
dice
though.
cream game. Hey.
Hey!
Everyone's
two
happy.
Almost
And
two
no
deaths.
one's sad. Thank you guys all so much for your engagement and support during this kind of comeback episode for the Fey Lie. So many gifted subscriptions, you guys. That is so wonderful. Thank you all so very much. It helps run the channel and helps us continue to do what we do. Congrats to the winner of this week's giveaway. And thank you, big thank you to Odin's son for coming down.
Thank you for
and
having
playing
me.
with us. You did amazing on your D&D Twitch debut.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, my dude. And I know you're far away in Australia, and you've got a pretty busy schedule with. Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to say it. I know that you don't have a lot of free time. That you got a lot of other stuff going on. So I was happy that I could be able to catch you when you had a free day.
Absolutely.
To play. So hopefully we will not see the end of Nadar Northwind. Hopefully he can make a return to the story at some point. Would love to have you back, my dude.
I would love to be
everyone
back.
who visited from the Shield Wall, it was great for you to drop in. Hope you had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Odin-san, if you wanted to plug anything of your own stuff, you're welcome to do so.
Appreciate that. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, TikTok at Odin_son with 2 N's on each letter, each word, sorry. And that's pretty much me. You're welcome to join the Discord of the Shield Wall if you want to. But yeah, you can find me at Odin_son on pretty much every social media.
And I know that if Margot were here, if Haley were here, they would be screaming about how much they love playing with you and having sick Dragonborn dual fight moments with you.
That was so cool. That was so cool.
I'm glad.
That was dope.
On.
All right. Well, does anyone else have anything else they want to plug, or all good?
Yeah, just tune in to. Well, no, sorry, you've got something on Monday nights, so we won't chat about that.
Oh yeah, we do have our Beyond the Realms weekly now on Mondays at 5 p.m. PST. So that's really exciting. It was bi-weekly, but we switched it to weekly, which is awesome. And you can catch the Fey Lie crew here on the first and third Wednesday of every month. So come on back, not this coming Wednesday, but the Wednesday after for the continued adventures of the Fey Lie, and come back this Monday for the next episode of Beyond the Realms. So thank you guys all so very much. Again, tune into @Dice Cream Sandwich on all socials for stream time, the different giveaways and projects we got going on. Really appreciate it. And until next time, everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Later.